Perfect. What's going on, everybody? I hope you're doing well. I know I'm doing perfectly fine. Just got back from a family trip from Utah, and now I'm ready to talk some Bears football. We're in the dog days of the off season, folks. I mean, I'm sure you know this, and I know this. Right now, there's just nothing super newsworthy that's happening, which, you know what? In the wide world of things, that's okay. Gives us a little bit of a break. Goodness knows we had a breakneck last, I'd say, year of Bears football. So being where we are right now, I mean, if you feel like I do, we end up a little bit, oh gosh, how did I already lose my train of thought? It's like starting last year, we were going into this 2023 season, which was so important. And it was. I mean, Bears had 2 first round picks coming up in 2024, but we needed Justin Fields to prove something, and we needed him to prove it relatively soon. We had reasons why we thought that the Bears might be able or that he might be able to prove something, and a couple reasons where maybe we weren't totally sure, right? But we had DJ Moore, and DJ Moore was incredibly exciting. We had Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright was incredibly exciting. We had a surging defense that needed a little bit of help from a pass rush perspective, but had a couple pieces to like in the secondary. Tyreek Stevenson was a whole lot of fun to add. And the Bears have added a lot more pieces to that same group. Obviously added Caleb Williams, but if you're like I am, gosh, we talked about so much of it over the last bunch of weeks. And I really mean bunch of weeks, starting I'd say December of 2023, obviously, but through the offseason, it has been it has been argument and argument and debate on argument and argument and debate. And that's okay. I mean, that's part of being a football fan. It's just that now that things are starting to settle a little bit and it's become okay. So Caleb's a quarterback. Okay. So okay. So Caleb's a quarterback. Okay. So Roma Dunze's a Bear now. Okay. So we still don't really have any pass rush. Okay. So our receiver room looks stacked. Okay, so the Bears actually used a lot of these 1-hour Zoom meetings that could have been used to get to know Caleb Williams instead to just teach him their offense and get him 6 weeks ahead in offensive installs. All right, so we're doing it like that then. And I got to be honest, I love it. I'm really content. Case, how you doing? Akusai, I hope you're all right. Jason, hope you're ready for Bears talk. We are going to do some actual film review this time. I'm nothing else to talk about. It's not the scheduled time. Bear with us. He'll be back as soon as Nick's able to record. He sounds like, very similarly to you, Akusai, has enough storms and tornado warnings going on right now that he just didn't want to record something today and potentially lose internet in the middle of the show. And I appreciate it for that. But it's a hangout at this point. I got to tell you, I'm excited about the future of the Bears. I don't know. I've heard a couple people, I've talked with a couple people regionally that are looking at the Bears and they're a little more dubious. I did a couple radio spots with people who aren't exactly thinking 10-7, and I get that. But it's wild to me as a Bears fan, just looking at this situation, if you're thinking like I am, the wildest part is I've done so much talking myself into a team that maybe should go 7-10 or 8-9, and we would consider that a victory. That now that we're looking at a Bears team where there's a lot more reasons to be positive, who knows? Maybe the schedule breaks in their favor and they win 10, maybe as many as 11 games if they start really hot. It's just a different conversation. It feels much more comfortable to me. At least that's how I feel, right? New England, is that a thing? Are they doing a Madden tournament? I remember last time we did a Madden tournament, I came in second. I come in second with everything these days. Went bowling with the family. First game, second place out of 5. Second game, 30 pins better. Second place out of 5. What are our bowling scores in here? That's what I want to know from the chat. If I want anything, I want your average bowling score, right? Because I'll tell you, my first game average is right around, I don't know, 100 pins, and then usually I can get a little hotter in the second game and knock down about, I don't know, 125, close a couple more frames, because it takes me a little while to where I can direct the ball to pick up that last 1 to 2 pins. But hey, I want to know what you guys bowling scores is, especially because like Chicago in the Midwest, is bowling a thing, or is it more of an Indiana thing? I've got Indiana family, so I'm interested to know. Holy smokes. Okay, so we got some bowlers in here. Akusai, pop it out. What is this? Let's see. Let's is that average just under 150 and then you popped a 212? All right. John with the bowling average of 170. Okay. I mean, I got to tell you, in Texas, bowling is just not near the thing that it sounds like it is in the Midwest, which can you blame anybody? There's nothing, or we don't have that what do I do in times of snow thing that it sounds like much of the northern parts of the country struggle with. But it's wild. Just here, you can't even remember the last time you went, Travis. I think that's funny. But so we end up in a place where I feel like, okay, so I kind of talked about this with Rookie Minicamp. I will say this one time, and then I hope we get it, right? I hope everybody's just sort of here with me on this. Look, I could do something where week to week I talk to you guys about OTAs. Maybe we'll do something like that on Bear With Us since we're not, breaking down tape. Y'all, for these streams, I can't care about OTAs. I mean, I want to. Don't get me wrong. I used to much more than I do now. Caleb's going to be Caleb. Caleb's going to progress through with the offense. The offense in general is going to gel and get a little better. But I mean, OTAs is the time of season when Matt Nagy would do like egg tosses with the team. It's shorts, it's shells, and it's installs. It's something that I think that you'll see some of the hardest core Bears aggregators try to create some kind of content, but it just doesn't matter at all. I mean, I feel like such a hater. We're going to get way more out of watching more Seahawks tape. We're going to get way more out of watching more like Caleb tape. We're going to get way more out of watching Roma Dunze. I'm watching anything. We could watch absolute random teams. And for what it's worth, JK, we did go through the schedule and predict win-loss. So that one we already did. And we did that in the middle to end of last week's stream. And I have to save at least some of it because it's probably going to be a Bear With Us. So Chicago, I said I said it in the thumbnail that we would do Caleb tape. So we can do that. And then I'm absolutely down to pull back some Seahawks tape. But so Bradley, will I do any Hard Knocks content if the Bears are forced to do it? I don't know what Hard Knocks content is, but I'm interested. I mean, or at least I'd look at this. But so no worries, JK. I'm fine with it. Like, it's worth mentioning. It's funny. You mentioned you missed the last few of these. It's like, yeah, I figured. I had the channel went dormant for a little too long, so I needed to just pop something up. But so we can go through some Caleb tape, see what we find. I don't know which game I want to rock with, so let me pick that out, and then we'll just pop on in, right? And then Blaze Inferno. I'll tell you right now, it's wild, right? So Blaze Inferno says, let's break down the few passes Caleb had in rookie minicamp. Lol. Oh, here's the funny part, Blaze Inferno. In my opinion, I'm starting to believe that camp and OTA takes are much more about the aggregate than they are about, like, they're much more about the big picture than they are about the small picture. Let me give you a stupid example that Blaze Inferno, I think some people are going to care and some people aren't, right? So, Chicago Fanatic, we could do UCLA. Have I not done UCLA on this channel? That's an honest question. If I haven't done UCLA, that's an easy one to do. But so, anyways, within this, yeah, I'm with you, Travis. I think there's something to that. We'll get there later. For now, everybody's very quarterback centric. But so, anyways, Blaze Inferno mentions, let's break down the few passes Caleb had in rookie minicamp, and I want to talk about that because I think it's interesting, right? To me, that looking back, what did we hear about Justin Fields in 2023? Because I thought this was interesting, right? We heard that he was throwing at least 1 to 2 picks per practice, and the general response was, well, yeah, it's practice. Who cares? Throw the picks. And then we also heard that from Greg Braggs, nearly every day he would mention that he was surprised that the Bears weren't throwing deep as often as he wanted them to. Now, I'm not about to tell you that it's as if all of these things were 100% true or something. I know I had a couple of other people I talked to that said that Fields felt like he was holding the ball for forever during 7-on-7. And so you start to get to this point. Again, this is not a perfect science where what did we see during the season? Well, we saw that Fields threw the ball deep a decent amount, but he did it on his first read. It didn't seem as if he was progressing to deep stuff within that. When you got to the fourth quarter and you got to throw or go scenarios, if you want to call them that, Justin Fields did throw a decent number of picks. He threw a decent number of picks in general over the course of the season. It's rate limited by the fact that the Bears didn't throw that often, or at least that Fields didn't throw the ball that often compared to the passes that were called. But when he did release the ball, there was a decent chance that it was going to get intercepted. And then in 7-on-7, we saw him hold the ball for forever, and you get to weeks 1 and 2 of the season, he holds the ball for a very long time and ends up creating what we saw in that Tampa game, right? The week 2 game where it felt as if, I think, look, I don't want to say the wheels fell off, but that was one of those moments, at least for me. And it was for the Bears offense too, where they said, hey, whatever the offensive plan was coming into the season, we just straight can't run it. That's not going to happen. We have to completely reformat what this is. So I'm not about to tell you that OTAs and camp reports, et cetera, Blaze Infernos don't matter. They matter a little, right? But they don't matter play to play so much as they matter about general themes. I'll tell you right now, week 1 of camp, I don't care about how many interceptions Caleb throws, so long as it's not Caleb throws 15 interceptions, right? If Caleb throws 3 picks early, that's not great. It's not great. But okay, what did we do for the rest of the week? That kind of thing. And with Fields, it seemed as if camp was camp. It didn't really change. And that was part of the problem. Just looking back, right? What can we learn from camps of the past? So it's fun. I say all this to say, your thought on let's break down the throws that he has, it's not a bad thought. I mean, I would tell you that I think Caleb looks smooth as Caleb Williams does. I think his tape is a better chance to see the throws he does. I think you know that. But it was surprising and interesting to me, thinking back to what we heard about OTAs and thinking back to what we heard about training camp from Justin Fields and the offense. The training camp was actually pretty accurate on how the offense looked. And the answer is it didn't look as good as we wanted it to. And a lot of the reports that we heard that were saying it didn't look as good as we wanted it to, we ignored them. Why? We didn't want those answers, right? But anyways, like you're saying, Travis, he looks very smooth, but he should in OTAs. Yeah, that's the point, right? I know exactly what you're talking about, Blaze. I really do. And JK, I'd be surprised if they messed with his motion and feet too much. I'm with you, Travis, where it's like, yeah, Caleb looks like a dog right now, but what does that really mean? he should. It's OTAs. You should look like you're really, really solid when you're playing in shells. But I tend to think a lot of us know that. And if you don't, hey, that's fine. It's not as if it's a limiting thing one way or another. But so we'll go through. Let's go through a couple games. Why not? Let's see how much we can get through. We can watch. Oh shoot, I have a Seattle game. I got a couple Seattle games in here. I love that. Awesome. We'll just hit a bunch of stuff. Why not, right? But so let's go. Here's what we'll do. We'll do some UCLA, and then we'll do some UCLA tape. Then we'll do some Washington tape. If we watch the Washington tape, but so there's a bunch. Exactly, John. Thank you. Where we got reports early on of Caleb or Fields looks great throwing to DJ Moore, and throwing to anybody else is a problem, and it held true. But so, Akusai, there were reports of Claypool dominating. That didn't hold true. But I also feel like, okay, so Akusai, we're all going to get scarred and burned by the stuff we learn early in our career. I think that's true for anybody in any field, right, Akusai? And I remember the first camp I went to. Okay, so look, this is a big Rob Lore question. Can you name the first camp I attended? I'm really interested. Travis, I hear you. Okay, so in that case, we'll briefly touch UCLA and then we'll move on to something else. I'm here for it. So, Akusai, do you remember which receiver was dominant in the 2019 camp? Because that is the one I went to. There was a receiver that popped off during all of camp. And he has a name. But the moment I say his name, it's going to it's gonna evoke some feelings. So Akusai says Miller. If anybody else can think of the name, while I grab some water. Miller looked good, but Miller in 2019 didn't look like we wanted him to. The answer that I'm thinking of is Javon Wims. Javon Wims looked like a dog, if you can think all the way back to 2019's camp. He was in the depth chart, right behind second in the depth chart, right behind Allen Robinson, and he looked like he could fill in for Robinson quite well. Like Wims looked great in that camp. It didn't translate, partially because I've just noticed that a lot of these bigger receivers, let me put it this way, I will be surprised if Rome Odunze doesn't look very good in Bears camp. Hey, maybe that statement comes back to bite me. It's always a chance, right? But a lot of times I've seen that these bigger, more physical receivers, when you're putting on shells and you're not allowing contact, you'll dominate in camp in ways that a lot of the smaller guys just aren't going to, because you're playing a lot less man. But yeah, exactly. Mr. Wims, punchy, etc. Everybody's make all the jokes, but he did. Reinhardt, he dropped his most perfect pass ever, which I think is just so funny looking back. Now, it's also funny talk about like what Caleb games we're going to watch. Just being real with you guys, just because the Washington game is a great one to talk through because it's basically like a living highlight reel. Caleb plays great the whole game. We've watched the Cal game on this channel. I think the Oregon game is an interesting one, but it's a waste, to be honest. Just because they get shuttered. I've seen a lot of people post highlights from Caleb. Here, I'll just show you what I'm looking at. I've seen a lot of people post highlights from USC versus Stanford. I always feel weird when we're watching a game like USC versus Stanford because Stanford is so bad. So bad. And yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. A quarterback needs to hit their layups. But when a defense doesn't make you process at all, then what does hitting that layup really mean? Right? The Utah game is interesting. We can watch the Utah game, but the Utah game is kind of like watching USC versus Notre Dame, in that you're watching him in a struggle point, even though the struggle isn't the same kind of bad. This is Adobe Premiere Pro. So this is, I just watch most of our stuff here instead of loading it into Huddle or something like that. But so let's see. Did you make it to the point to see the USC no call? So I'm watching the offense, but I did hear about that, Tyler. So USC Oregon really is, I think, a funny game, especially because there's plenty of things that that he does during the Oregon game that are pretty phenomenal. I mean, Caleb's game against Oregon, you could argue, was fine in many ways, but USC couldn't move the ball at all, and they needed and they pretty much needed Caleb to do absolutely everything right 100% of the time, or they weren't going to get anything going their way, which is it makes it just, it's not bad film. But y'all, this is, I think, the hardest part about when I go draft season back to the NFL. If we watched, and we can watch, let's see, we've got Cincinnati right here. I can't remember if we watched Cincinnati. I know we watched a little bit of the Detroit game. But so if theoretically we were going to watch through, and who knows, maybe we will, some Seahawks film, right? Every player on here, every play on here is professional. This is really important because the level standard is at a certain point where it's much, I think, cleaner to evaluate, right? In college, you end up with this messy conglomerate of sometimes where USC is going up against Notre Dame. And the more you watch that USC Notre Dame game, in my opinion, look, this is my take, but the wildest part about watching USC Notre Dame is that everybody will watch Caleb Williams as if his receivers aren't getting annihilated in ways that if that happened in the NFL, you'd get cut. I mean, truly, I dare you, anybody who wants to, you can go back, you can watch me review the Notre Dame game in the bye-week stream that I did during the season, and I'll point out all the ways that the receivers were getting brutalized on normal concepts by the Notre Dame DBs. That's fine. It's football. But it's more to say that when you won't see it on an NFL field, just like what happened with USC against Oregon, just like what happened with USC against Stanford with the shoe on the other foot, where everybody's open 100% of the time, it doesn't help you get a clear picture of what the player can do. It's why the more I look back at it, I think his game against Colorado is an interesting one to talk through, and we did a little because USC Colorado is a much more even matchup than I think met the eye. Now, Caleb played his butt off, and they blew out. They Oh no, that game's a mismatch, or that game's more even. It's not a mismatch. What are you talking about? Blah blah blah. They probably say the opposite. I think I screwed that up. That they'd say that's not an even game. USC is much better than they are. But the longer that the USC season went on, the more I'm not so sure. Though maybe Colorado's not at that level. Could be. I mean, I wouldn't hate you for saying it. But it's just funny because it makes you appreciate how hard things are in the NFL and how much better an evaluation, I think, tape, everything about this is when you're talking about a defense that, sure, we're seeing clear and obvious signs, I think, of either cover three or some kind of blitz from this sort of formation. But then we get to see what does Waldron have in mind, knowing that he has a full NFL playbook that he has access to. What does Geno do in response to it? How do the receivers get open? And everything that actually matters from an NFL perspective, whereas you just never see, like, watch DK run this route. I don't think you see route running complexity at this level in college football often. Now, sometimes you will see it. It's not to say never. It's more that in college football, running a curl against cover three is plenty. When you run a curl when you run a curl in the NFL, you have to fake it at a couple depths to generate this kind of separation. I mean, like, this is really actually, I think this is sweet. Here he fakes it he fakes the curl at the sticks to get 23 to stop his feet, then makes it look like a stop and go, then drops the hips and gets back down, and he being the DB, from this is a curl route, no it isn't, this is a what is this, a double, or this is a double move, no it isn't, to this is a curl route, and generates some separation. Travis, I like it when it works. That, to me, the toe drag is simulating stopping, but I don't know. I guess you could do it in a couple other ways, especially when you generate that kind of separation. That's fine. But so let's see. Yeah, it looks like cover three, the backer just drops. I mean, the Lions did not do a ton to disguise everything that they are in many cases. They'll just line up and run you a zone, which I think is great. I got to tell you, I think Aaron Glenn is massively overrated. I think that when the Bears get to play Detroit, that should be a nice day for Caleb Williams. And there's all kinds of some of these. Travis, I like the way you put that, where you've coached it as to like the difference between what NFL guys can get away with because they're incredible athletes. Okay, so Travis, here's a imperfect example. Lately, to try to get in shape, like what 30-year-old men do, I found a pick-up basketball league that I play hellishly early on Fridays, and nothing I see in the NBA translates to. I know, Caleb, Alex, we're getting there. Nothing I see in NBA games translates to pickups on Friday morning, because there's absolutely nothing that the NBA guys can teach me. I don't have near enough athleticism to make any of the plays that relate to them. To your point, Travis, what you're teaching, what level of football are you talking about coaching? I'm interested, because if you're talking about plenty of normal players, I don't think you could pull off a toe drag and keep your speed like DK Metcalf can. DK Metcalf can do it, though, because the moment he pops his shoulder, the moment that he drops his shoulder back might have been enough. Adds the toe drag, I guess, because he thinks it works, but it's not that maybe that sold the DB. Then it's really him dropping his hips after selling a double move that probably gets the corner to bait. But then he tells his wide receiver coach, "Yeah, see, I hit the toe drag on him," and everybody ends up. It's not that everybody ends up confused. It's that DK may be thinking that something worked for him. And it kind of did, but also he's a superstar athlete, which is most of what's making the bread, right? It's so funny the way that football works that way, where, hey, You know what? When you're a phenomenal athlete, you can get away with a lot. Let's update the now discussing, and then we'll pop through some of UCLA. So, did somebody say that Shane Waldron himself said that the UCLA game impressed him? Because I think it's interesting. This is a game that I talked about a lot after I saw it. I think the All-22 is really kind to Caleb Williams. The main thing to note about this UCLA team is that UCLA has 1, 2, 3 rushers that I believe all got drafted. Fact check me on this. But you end up with 2 interior rushers that are dangerous, and then Liatu Latu, who ends up a first-round pick. Of course, right? What this does is it gives us a good look at what Caleb Williams has to do when he's under pressure. It's somebody would tell you that this is Caleb Williams' life in the NFL. I think that's way too harsh. I think that's maybe Drake May's future life in the NFL against say the Patriots, who just don't have anything, right? But that's a good point. First defender picked. If I had to guess, Travis, the reason that that Waldron liked the UCLA game is because Caleb Williams played with an understanding of who the defense was after playing weeks and weeks and weeks of, so to speak, street ball, because Caleb's just trying to figure out what he can do to will his team to win. Caleb understood that you just can't pull some of that off against a team this dangerous, and you end up dealing with stuff like this. Look, I think this is hilarious. First pass of the game. I guess technically second if you count the triple option as a pass, which I think statistically you would. Caleb throws it, basic pickup, nothing to analyze here. Look, is this even so hard to talk about, right? It's cover 3. And if it's not, maybe you'd consider this quarters. Maybe you'd even consider it man. Just the way they're lined up here. But I would guess, based on many alignments, that you're probably getting something like cover 3. Not that it makes a huge difference, because whether it's cover 3 or man in this situation, you're still throwing the 5-yard hitch because you're looking to advance the ball, right? Bang, basic. But what about this is crazy, right? This is where during the season, if I'm breaking down a play like this, we'll spend some time on it because at least it's NFL. During the offseason especially, we're talking about college football. This is barely a read. It's a streamlined offense. It's pre-snap. It's throwing the ball, making it catchable. Nothing about this is worth mentioning. Now, it's good that Caleb did it because Caleb got this rap for being unable to do anything within structure. But that's the only reason we're discussing it at all, right? If Drake May did this, who cares? If Jaden Daniels did this, who cares? Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a quick throw. And hey, we like that he can. It's good to know that he can get the ball out in that kind of speed. But it's funny because Reinhardt even mentions his release. I think there's way better examples of Caleb's release actually doing something. But yeah, you could talk about the quickness of his release on almost any play. And this is what you're going to want to see from him in the NFL, Travis. I just think it's more meaningful when you do it in the NFL, if I'm allowed to say that, right? Because a corner playing way off the ball like that and us throwing a hitch underneath, again, it means something. There's something there, but it's not. This is not a top 15 plays for why you should draft Caleb Williams play under almost any circumstance. So then 3rd and 3, they're going to, they're going to motion somebody behind the ball. I think he gets way more than this. It's so funny. The more football pilled you get. This is a draft season disease, in my opinion. I really mean that, okay? I'm going to say this again because it's dramatic. Lisan Al-Khalib, how you doing? It sounds dramatic, but I really mean this. During draft season, we want the guy we're scouting to do literally everything, right? Here we get a man alignment. We know it's a man alignment. We've got a receiver on a linebacker DB type, and we're going to get him the ball in space. We even like Zachariah Branch. We love this matchup. If this is in the NFL and we've gotten DJ Moore the ball against a slot corner, we expect to cook him even more so in college football. It's 3rd and 3. We got exactly what we wanted. This is, by all accounts, it's a screen, and we just I don't know what on earth this linebacker type did to get this guy to not run for the edge. But why he tries to break inside is a little beyond me. I can't believe we lose this matchup. And when people talk to me about Caleb's supporting cast, that Donald, happy birthday. Happy you could be here. When people talk about Caleb's supporting cast, this is the stuff that blows my mind. Because the receiver loses to a backer type. I mean, this guy's pretty big, but he cuts off our angle and cuts us down anyways. There's not a lot to say here when it comes to Caleb Williams. Caleb does a good job of getting the ball out. That's totally fine. But when we talk about USC, this stuff sticks out to me because I would expect, number one, to have free access to the edge, and he just doesn't get there. Bummer. Happens. 4th-1. Chances are a more diverse playbook, because I do think Lincoln Riley left a lot of meat on the bone, can help out a little with that, but that's a whole separate discussion. Especially because if you're in my position and you start talking about how Lincoln Riley's offense left a ton to be desired, I believe that you just sound like a homer and you just got to wait. But yeah, they really did, Jordan. And I don't think, I think we'll see if he gets drafted. If there's one hole to Caleb's game, and this is just me talking on tape, okay? When Caleb is throwing this throw specifically between the hashes, thrower moving, usually I see it when he actually is, like the guy's moving left to Caleb's right. But it's a tough throw. It's hard. We do get the defender gets a hand on it. And I believe, as harsh as I know I'm sounding on him, that if we hit him in true stride, the guy doesn't get a hand on it. He's at full stretch right here. I think the ball can be here. It doesn't matter, okay? Quarterbacks are inaccurate. Happens. Caleb's adjusted completion percentage, when you compare him to any prospect ever, is great. So don't hear me saying, wow, he's inaccurate. Guys, I love Caleb Williams. But we are talking about the only spot I'd say on the field where I have seen Caleb be a little less than accurate. And it's not the up and down. Like, it's not, what would you call this? The y-axis. It's the x-axis, where sometimes he'll lead somebody too far. Sometimes he won't lead him quite enough. Hard thing to do. And the guy on D makes a great play. 2nd down. All I can do is talk about the play that happened, right? Bang. Good read pre-snap. I mean, it looks as if we're getting, what is this, cover 2? And that's the thing, Donald. It's a little of both, right? Because Donald mentions plus play by the linebacker. Absolutely. Give the linebacker his flowers. He gets into the lane really nicely. Had we made the S-tier throw, right, then we might have beaten him anyways, Donald. You've seen this one, haven't you? The one where the Bears linebacker is at a full stretch and Aaron Rodgers layered the ball just so that he can't get a hand on it. The throw can beat perfect coverage in plenty of cases. The throw was just a little imperfect, and so instead the defender gets a hand on it. It wasn't so bad we throw an interception, so there's that. It wasn't as if he airmailed the receivers. It's not something to fret about. But anyways, sometimes I do think that we can maybe be a little, I don't know. I want to see Caleb make those perfect examples. But so it looks to me like we're getting a man look, but it could easily be cover 2, right? And here it looks like he's going to kick out. That's not me just trying to cheat. It's more like this might be that cover 2 zone we see all the time in Chicago, but it also could be a man look. If we wanted to be very specific, the fact that this guy isn't looking at his man tells us it's probably zone. But so if Caleb reads zone, which it wouldn't surprise me if he does, good job getting the ball to Brennan Rice in the pocket of the zone. When does he throw it? As soon as Brennan turns his head. This, to me, Reinhardt, is a really nice example of his release, because I don't think Fields can get the ball out this quickly. If we're talking one-to-one comparison of all the ball that we've watched over the last year, Caleb seeing the man and then getting the ball out. quickly and on time and safely so that his receiver doesn't get blown up. That's just not something we saw that often, where we would look and we would say, throw it, throw it. What are we waiting for? And here, Caleb holds number 20. Looks to me like he's got his eyes on 20 and fits the ball between the window. Delivers. Sets up a 3rd and 5. False start. Yeah, that's too bad. USC played a lot of games like they didn't want to win. Let's see. To post backside DBs. Man match makes a lot of sense. I could see that too. Which play is this? Oh, man. Do we even get heated up? Or is this just... No, this is just a rush 3. And everybody loses. Pretty much. Like, look at this up front. This stuff is heinous. We get smoked. That's not... I don't think that's Latu around the edge. We lose there. Caleb just arms the ball to his check down. Don't we love that? I love some of the non-traditional Tampa stuff that some teams will do, Travis, like the cover 2 invert. Because I've heard it called invert before. I've heard some people call it non-traditional Tampa. Football jargon's so funny to me. But man, we get crushed up front. And not to mention, and you'll see this pop up later, Brendan Rice just gets bodied. And this happens a couple times. Empty bread, how you doing? There's a lot of talk about Brendan Rice. It certainly was before the draft happened. Plays like this are why I'm not surprised. Not this one. We're getting there. But when faced with a true press corner, guys were able to throw him off his line whenever they wanted to. Here, Caleb's just going to get the ball. He just whips it out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of this in Chicago, where you're going to have moments where if the line does get hosed, he's just going to throw the football. Hopefully it doesn't bite him. It didn't bite him a lot in college, so it wouldn't surprise me if you'll see him get the ball to the check down with a couple moments where it's like, what did you just do? Hopefully we see that way. But receivers being able to get off their line matters a lot for plays like the one we're right about to see. Because I haven't heard people talk about this a lot. Look, I'm skipping through it because I kind of know what's coming. Here we get another... Yeah, this looks much more like your typical cover 2 look, if you ask me, where you've got the corners a little further off line of scrimmage. Maybe they're going to drop into cover 4. But something like cover 2 at least sits here, where you can then confirm we're looking at a zone. Once you get 20, not pushing out towards 1, you have a pre-snap read where you say to yourself, okay, either it's man and this is our man matchup, or it's zone and this is the pocket in the zone. So we just have to get the ball out on time and we'll be all right. If you wanted to be all like, woo! Like if you want to get excited, Caleb is very aware and that ball is coming out as one turns around, which is nice. Moments of anticipation, especially when you're trying to fit the ball in there so that your guy can go make a play, is how you end up with, I mean, it sounds simple, but in a game of inches, being able to get the ball from here to here matters. And you do that because of anticipation. You fit the ball in late, you're taking a big hit, risking an interception, and you don't get the extra 3 yards. Now, I think it's Taj. I think Taj almost gets stripped here. Or do they call it that he's stripped? They call it that he's stripped, don't they? Oh my gosh. So anticipation gets us 3 extra yards. The receiver losing the football means that we're down 14-0. Game's barely started. We're down 14-0. Goodness. We do the whip thing, and our guy gets smoked again. I mean, I'm telling you. People will talk to me. They really have. I've been in conversations where people tell me, yeah, but what did you think about Caleb Williams in that supporting cast? Like, don't you think he should have done more? And I'm like, what are we talking about? The supporting cast didn't do much of anything. I mean, and Donald, even if the wide receiver does block him, like, of course you want your wide receiver to block somebody. Of course you'd love it if Brendan Rice blocked somebody. You also need wide receivers who can break a tackle and make a play now and again, which a lot of them don't. Let's see. Who's Brendan supposed to block? Oh, man, he does just whiff him, doesn't he? Yikes, Brendan Rice. Could have been. Man, you see that all the time, too, with receivers just whiffing. So nothing's going well, right? I think we can see that. Nothing's going well in this game. And maybe you could argue, this is where I always hate it when the All-22 still doesn't get All-22. Like, you've got a safety right here, and he's going to charge right out of the plate. So is this open? Maybe. I doubt it, but it's hilarious that there's a safety out there creating this zone pocket that we can't see much in, as we've got a sort of non-traditional Tampa right here, and then we've got another safety somewhere over there. I just think it's hilarious. I'm sure he is, Travis, but visually it just creates such a funky feeling as you watch it. But so I appreciate that Caleb feels pressure right here. To me, this is a good thing, right? We've said this before, but Caleb is going to feel pressure on the backside. He's going to roll, and he's going to look to get the ball out. Where could he theoretically push the ball here? Yeah, theoretically, right? If we're talking full-on eyes in the back of his head, that's probably there. But it's second down. We got to get the ball out. We don't know whether 70 is holding his own or not, right? Because we've seen some of these USC linemen not even get to the point where they can push the guy out right here. Plenty of times we've unfortunately seen USC linemen curl and get our guy hit. So Caleb is going to step in, get the ball out, pick up 4 yards, live to fight another day. What was it? It was Chicago Fanatic. Chicago Fanatic asked at one point, or mentioned, yeah, Shane Waldron liked this game. I wonder why. I think it's obvious. I'm going to tell you honestly. Caleb Williams went into a game knowing his offensive line was going to be a problem, and in a game where his teammates, I think, let him down systematically and consistently over pretty much the entire football game, and yet Caleb Williams remained composed and did not take very many sacks. So to me, Caleb shows throughout this game, which we will only spend so much time on. I hope I'm moving quickly enough. This game is something that everybody's covered. I'm trying to cover it slightly differently, right? Where what you're seeing on this tape is that Caleb is not contributing to the problem in a game where it seems as if Brendan Rice and Taj Washington and the offensive line and the running backs, everybody makes a mistake somewhere in this game. Caleb doesn't contribute to the problem and continues to be a source of positive gains in a team where, hey, your quarterback cannot win you every matchup on the football field. We even hold. So our decent gain gets washed out. Now it's 2nd and 20. And this may be where I'm going to get accused of caping, because Caleb throws an interception here. And in my opinion, Brendan Rice gets absolutely bodied. When I watched the game live, I didn't think this. When I watched it a second time, Brendan Rice runs this in out. So he's running a fade, right? Once he starts his fade, he's got the numbers at this point. So, and by when I say he's got the numbers, I mean, we've talked about this before. I call it redlining. I'm sure there's some other name for it. But basically, the receiver makes contact with his DB. Here, I'll fast forward a couple frames and you'll see what I'm talking about. Once you make contact with your DB, it is your job to not let that DB move you off of this line. You need to be able to move forward, especially when you're Brendan Rice. You're a big body receiver. You're not Darnell Mooney. Darnell Mooney can do this. I can show you tape on tape of Darnell Mooney doing this, because this is normal football where you can't let the DB get into your passing lane. And then your quarterback is going to try to lay the ball over your shoulder into the red line, right? somewhere in there. Because if you've done your job and you've won the physical battle, then that throw is safe. Where does Caleb throw this ball? He throws this ball well within the red line. What happened to Brendan Rice? We got pushed into the sidelines. Like, Rice lets himself get pushed all the way over here. All the way over here. When did Caleb throw the ball? At this point. So Caleb throws it with anticipation. Our wide receiver loses all the way into the sidelines, and the DB still makes a hell of a play, picking the pass off. But when I watch this, this is still a DB smoking our wide receiver. That can't happen to Rome Odunze, or it's going to be a problem. And it won't happen because Rome doesn't allow this. And DJ Moore doesn't allow this. I mean, all kinds of these guys don't allow this. And Donald, I don't think it's illegal contact, primarily because Rice is the one who runs into him. Like, Rice, in my opinion, engages right there, sprints straight into the DB. This would be Sauce Gardner just rocking his DB. When I talk about why I like guys like Tyreek Stevenson, and this includes Jalen Johnson, it's for plays like this. To me, these are game pivoting plays downfield the physical corners can make. I had to look up who the UCLA corner was after I saw this because I was like, that's really impressive. That's a sick play by the DB. But as far as quarterbacks go, it's to me, this is Caleb Williams getting jobbed. So Caleb Williams has watched his offense fumble twice in 3 drives. We've lost one of them. He's now thrown a pick that I don't think is his fault, right? He's not had the chance to drive the ball down the field, and yet he's remained, in my opinion, not part of the problem. When you look at Caleb, drops back, flicks the ball. It is wild, just biomechanically, that he can just flick the ball like this. I mean, we're talking, this is pseudo slow motion. And he just pop. How many frames is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's like a third of a second. Going from when he first motions his arm to the ball out. And it's a smooth delivery 30 yards downfield. It's pretty sweet from an arm talent perspective. Yeah, with the DE on his tail. So we're losing. This is where I would expect Caleb to show signs of flustering. But instead, his next play is phenomenal. I'm serious. But his next play, standing in the end zone on the 1 yard line, it looks like it's basically a graduated form of what you'd call, I've heard it called whirl, I've heard it called whip, but it's basically just curl dig, one of the most basic combinations in football, where Caleb's first going to push his eyes to the curl flat read that he has right here. If he doesn't like it, he can check the curl flat read that he has right here. And then he doesn't like that because 83 is driving on it. Then he pushes to the whip route and the dig route, knowing that 53 has just cleared this space. So plenty of, digger basic football jargon. Plenty of space over the middle of the field. Caleb delivers, standing in his own end zone. First down, well out of the shadow of our own end zone. Can I overstate this play? You can overstate any one play in college football, and I really mean that. But I think after an entire afternoon of mistakes, getting a play like this from your quarterback is why he is, or is part of why he is what he is. A lot of guys are talented. I'm going to use a name that no Bears fan's going to like. Jordan Love is talented. You want arm whip. You want the ability to just deliver the ball with a smooth release. Jordan Love did do that at, it was Fresno State? I think it was Fresno State, but feel free to go look that up or correct me. But so with Caleb, you get all the arm talent, but why is he first overall? Poise. Utah State. Thank you, Akusai. And we do it fading backwards. Like, look at this. We're pushing back a little. And we're still able to just smoothly deliver that football. People called it elbow accuracy. Or elbow elasticity at one point, and I really liked it. And that too, Chicago, Caleb did try at that point. Now I want to see what Grant's talking about. If I had to guess, Grant, so it's funny. Grant mentions, was this defender doing not carrying the route further? It's a bust. Grant, I think we don't talk enough about how I think 36 is hosed either way, right? Like Caleb's going to throw this ball whether 19 is one step open or not, or because 53 cleared the space. But 36 absolutely needs to get his hands on and follow 19 here. He just doesn't. Like you're saying, Donald, he looks like he's passing it off. Passing it off to who? Good question. Maybe the defensive integrity like is that he's passing it to this corner who was pressing on this right here, but I would be surprised. I would argue chances are if 53 is playing his role as expected, then 36 was supposed to man match to some degree, but we're not in the defensive room. Khalid, how you doing? We're not in the defensive room. We don't know. And frankly, it's the quarterback's job to pick it up, even if we don't know, and it's the quarterback's job to take advantage of busted coverages or holes in zones. We all know that. We've seen it a million times. It's still nice to see when you're talking about a quarterback you just drafted first overall. Here's another pre-snap read. Caleb catches number 2, just sitting off a little too far, and punches the ball right to him. Basic stuff. But again, okay, so I heard at one point, and I was surprised to hear it, that early in his career and then late in his career, Peyton Manning, number 18, had trouble with teams making him dink and dunk consistently, right? Oh, yeah, there you go, Woo. Nice. What'd you plant? But so it's nice to me to see games like this. And hey, we talked about this at the end of the season, at the end of the Bears season. I think there is a decent chance. Okay, this could sound salacious, but I doubt it. I think there's a decent chance we're going to look back at Caleb Williams' 2023 season, and we're going to say thank you to USC for giving him so little to work with that he basically did his first half year's development for us. I mean, think about it. Most of the time, college quarterbacks win the Heisman, so to speak, and then they come to Chicago. Or not come to Chicago. They go to the team that drafts them first overall, and they have to learn that your guys aren't always open. The Jaden Daniels experience. I'm not even playing around, right? Like, this is RG3. It's not Andrew Luck, but it's Fields at OSU. You've seen it a lot, right? Where they come off the best season. Zach Wilson at BYU. They come off the best season of their life. Or Trevor Lawrence. Maybe his best season wasn't at Clemson, but Clemson was much more talented than any team they played week to week in the ACC. So they come out of college competition where they're oftentimes the best player on the field, or they just had the best season of their life. And they come to the NFL where they have to face adversity against a league that's better all across the board. This is a recipe for a lot of mistakes, as I'm sure you guys understand. With Caleb, he gives us a Heisman season in 2022. And then in 2023, the wheels fall off, right? You get the 2024 New England Patriots experience or the 2023 New England Patriots experience. And Caleb did that before he comes to 2024 Chicago, where the receivers are better. Like right now, the Chicago Bears reflect a year 2 team, like a quarterback's year 2, right? Because normally year 1 is awful, where the team look at the Patriots, as much as I'm joking about them, are a pretty normal example of this, right? Where normally you have a team that is okay on one side of the ball and awful on the other, and plenty of times it's awful on the offensive side of the ball for reasons I don't totally understand. It's just more common than it should be. And then that team, or Washington is your other example, but they're okay on the offensive side of the ball. Only okay. Their offensive line is still made of tissue paper. But so let's go paper mache. Little stronger, right? But so they've got a paper mache offensive line and some decent receivers. So Is that enough to build an entire offense? Not really, right? But it rarely is. You spent a really high pick on a quarterback. You knew that. You added a quarterback, and you're going to get there later, right? Usually in year 2. In Caleb's situation, his team reflects the Stephon Diggs trade. His team reflects the big move, the Calvin Ridley trade for I cannot believe he didn't end up resigning in Jacksonville. Separate conversation, right? The Patrick Mahomes, he had Tyreek Hill, et cetera, et cetera. But so all this to say that plenty of times that high picked quarterback doesn't get help until his second year. In Caleb's case, this 2023 season was his NFL Week 1 adversity experience. He comes to Chicago ready for a new thing, getting pretty major personnel upgrades, not just going college to the NFL, but also DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, and they are much better against their common NFL matchup than a lot of his guys were at USC. The same flick screen that we just talked about, give that to even Tyler Scott or I'm going to sound crazy. If you gave that same basic little motion screen I'm talking about right here, where they motion, they pulled it around, and Caleb dished the ball to Velus Jones, I think he'd have done more with it than Zachariah Branch did in that specific instance. And Donald, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to tell you that Velus Jones is that dude. It's not about Velus, especially when it's not going to be Velus catching the screen. It's going to be... I gotcha. I like that, Akusai. It's going to be DJ Moore. It's going to be, in some cases, Rome Odunze. Because Rome Odunze is better after the catch than I think some people want to make him. Like, it's just funny talking about what you have in Chicago compared to what you had at USC. And that's not me trying to talk up Tyler Scott or Velus Jones. I mean, Donald, I think Akusai pretty much nailed this, where Velus, we're still not sure he can catch at all. But when you do stuff the ball in his hands, he's kind of fun with it. I mean, I watch too much tape to not look you guys in the virtual eyes and say, I think when Velus does get carries, it is fun football to watch. Velus Jones is a firecracker with the ball in his hand. I feel like a crazy person. Sometimes I feel like a super homer. But I'll look you guys in the eyes and say Zach Pickens isn't a one technique, and I don't know what the Bears are doing with that. Just as much as I'll tell you that there are plenty of cases where the Bears have actually done an okay job of assembling ball carriers, even if they can't play receiver. Tyler Scott, with the ball in his hands, can play. Tyler Scott catching the ball makes me nervous. So that's two. That's two of those guys. I'm with you, Khalid. I think Zach Pickens should be a backup 3T. If you go on defensive line, if the Bears choose to play Walker with Booker behind him, and they start Dexter with Pickens behind him, and they have Billings, and they bring in an extra an extra one technique that they find. Where is it? They bring in an extra one technique they find as camp cutdowns happen. And then on the other side, you've got Montez Sweat. The Bears' defensive line goes from bad to developmental. And I can live with developmental. I'm just saying, right? Where if it's a developmental defensive line, then all right. You know what? If it's bad, it's bad. But if people shine and they take steps forward, then we love that. But so beyond that, I hope that they don't keep Pickens at one technique, because I just don't really know why. With Dexter, you mentioned, can he play one technique and then Pickens plays three technique? Spectre, I think this is possible. The question for me is weight, which sounds ridiculous. But the big problem I see in Dexter's case right now is that it looked to me like he played much slimmer than he played at Florida. Look, I'm not telling you he played 30. It's not the Larry Borum transformation. But at Florida, he looked like he was closer to 310. In Chicago, he looked like he was closer to 295. And so when I look at that, I think to myself that at one technique, you're likely to get pushed around a little more, especially when you're playing with the high pad level that we saw from Gervon Dexter last year. And you know what? the other piece to this is that then you look at what did Dexter give us, Spectre, and he actually gave us some juice as a pass rusher. Like, we saw legitimate reasons to be comfortable with him as a 3 technique, where the get off was fine. The pass rush that we saw was actually pretty solid, especially in one-on-one settings. When you compare him to other rookie defensive linemen, there are reasons to be cool with this, right? But and then the edge thing you get to, which is if you slim down a little more, you go from 295 to closer to 280, 275, et cetera, et cetera. But so, like you're mentioning, where if we look at him as it's funny, you say 295. 295 is a pretty normal 3 technique. Now, granted, you're going to get some guys like Kalijah Cansey, they're going to play at 260, 275, 280, but 3 techniques are pretty normally just under 300 pounds. So that's nothing too crazy. But it's 1 techniques that are wild because they're closer to 330. It's why Akeem Hicks was so dangerous as a 3 technique that was also 325 pounds, because he could 2-gap like a demon and still beat you one-on-one in a pass rush setting. Akeem was that dude. And if we're lucky, we'll get to see another Bears defensive lineman play about that well. Because, man, was that fun football or what? But we're off topic. I told you guys we'd get Caleb film, and here we are talking about the Bears defensive line. Especially the old Bears defensive line. I hope so, Chicago. Well, when you say he beefed up, who are you talking about beefing up? How you doing, Rob? Akeem's technique was amazing. Here we go, an RPO, and we just miss. This is where, to me, the interesting piece about this UCLA game is it's a good decision. I'm sure Caleb would tell you that he just missed. But inaccuracy happens sometimes. Whatever. I think people freak out too much. If you get sprays like this at the NFL level, yeah. I mean, you'd like to hit as many of your downs as possible. But you're missing to a safe area. You're getting a little too funky with it. 70 is in your lap a little more than you'd like. This is me. What is this? Caping a little for Caleb. But if this is Tevin Jenkins and Tevin Jenkins gets walked, I guess he doesn't get walked like a crazy amount back, but the RPO does not take that long, and Caleb takes a step backwards. We would love to have a cleaner throwing lane than this, but I really hope we don't do the thing where we make every single play somebody else's fault other than the quarterback's. He's a rookie quarterback. Stuff's going to happen. He would against the Pack. Because then here, to me, it looks like the throwing lane gets crowded again, especially because he's got 2 defenders that are fading into this area. But we're staring at a player that's open. We don't throw the ball. I assume there's a reason for it. Maybe we just missed it. But he keeps checking 16 with his eyes and doesn't ultimately throw it. Ranges outside. I'd love to hear him explain this, but we're talking about a game where this, to me, is where I think football gets kind of funky sometimes, because especially all-22 analysis will act like absolutely every play is happening in a vacuum. This game is falling apart. Like, right before everybody's eyes, this game is a disaster. And so Caleb now misses a throw. He goes to extend a little bit. Doesn't get what he wants. Throws the ball out of bounds. Happens. It does feel that way, right, Akusai? Where it feels like the NFL refs do a little better job of getting away from that. But Spectre, even if he could or couldn't throw it, the main thing I'm looking at you guys and saying, because this is what matters, Spectre, is whatever. Could throw it, couldn't throw it. You're going to misread sometimes. Happens. Aaron Rodgers is going to misread sometimes. At least they did not come close to winning this game. I think that's the key, where all kinds of people, Spectre, are going to put these quarterbacks in position. God, I know I've been told that I do this at times, where we make it out as if the quarterback has to make literally every play that's available to them on the field. Geno Smith's going to miss passes. Tom Brady missed his fair share of plays. It happens. Now, the fraction gets a lot bigger for players that aren't near as good as some of these legends. But Justin Herbert's going to spray a ball. Then, and on the other hand, Joe Burrow is going to leave a ball a little short when he's pushing it deep. It happens. It's more a matter of, is it a consistent problem? And I don't think we see a consistent problem with Caleb Williams missing, like Caleb Williams missing an open player. And then when he does miss an open player, he comes back with literally one of the best plays in college football last season. Now, I actually am really curious as to whether people would feel this way if it wasn't Caleb Williams. Like if, I don't know, the guy I can think of is Blake Shapen made this throw out of Baylor, because that's the first guy that came to my mind. You pick your own alma mater quarterback that other people don't know his name. If they made this throw, what would people be saying? But I still think that, yeah, if you made this throw is bonkers. I mean, it's the dart. Everybody's seen it 1,000 times. When people ask, what gets you drafted number 1 overall? This gets you drafted number 1 overall. I mean, pushes up. This is Mahomes, right? I make the Rodgers comp a lot, but the running forward, flick the ball, placement. If I'm DJ Moore, this is the reason I'm willing to go on a press tour and go anticipation, right? Because I don't know if you guys are getting the same vibes I am. Please correct me if you aren't. I almost feel like DJ could hold back a little more with some of the stuff he's saying. Yes, absolutely, Lisan. Yes, baby. But so the what is it? Kayla or DJ Moore going on multiple podcasts where people ask, "Hey, how does it feel when you're out there at these throwing sessions?" And he goes, "Well, the anticipation's better." Feels to me like like a punch in the side. I don't know why DJ's got to do that. Like, you can say, "Hey, it feels good." You don't have to use that word. But once you start using that word, you're going to get people excited. And I wonder if part of it is because DJ is realizing that he's not going to lose any. Maybe he'll lose some production just because there's more guys to get the ball. But DJ's not going to lose a quarterback that can push the ball downfield for him. Caleb pretty much creates by himself the first points of USC's game. Not pretty much. I mean, that throw is unbelievable. We could go through the specifics of the placement, but I know you've seen it before. I know you have. Then we go to the running game for 2 downs. We don't get anything. This is the story of this game. 3rd and 13. Maybe, Rob, but I doubt it. 3rd and 13. We don't get much. Let's see what happened here. Man, I hate this. What are we doing? Like, from an offensive perspective, if we can complain about things, Lisan, you bet. Absolutely. It's zone match, and UCLA does a good job with it. But from an offensive perspective, are we really comfortable just running 2 must outside goes and somebody up the seam because we wanted to keep our tight end in to protect, and then we'll get a check down over the middle, but our play on 3rd and 13 is all goes, and we don't even get 4 of them? I mean, it's fine if that's, I guess, what we want, but we've got to, man, are we really checking releasing too? It's a 3-man rush. It's a 3-man rush, and we lose. We lose twice. 11 crushes our, what is this? The center again? 11 smokes the center. Caleb gets out. This guy does a great job of just triggering. Like, you got to give defenders credit when the credit's earned. He does a great job getting around and just bolting for Caleb Williams. UCLA had some talent. But so, more to say that these guys are not, they're not doing a ton to help out our quarterback, which is fine. It happens. But it makes for gross film to watch. 6-man protection, and they get us. Thanks, 70. He's sitting there, Donald, because, well, it's 3rd and 13. So to give the tight end, I don't know. It sounds like I'm going to pick on it, but it's more like, what is it? Is it 7-man protection? If we count the tight end, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Goodness. But so, Donald, as I've seen it, plenty of times the tight end is sitting there so that if you do thread the ball to him, he can turn up field. You make it a yak play. But that's just picking on, or it's less like go occupy a bunch of space for us and more turn around where we told you to turn around so that if Caleb wants to anticipate, he can. Here we get the nice slant route. Pre-snap read, I think, makes this one pretty obvious that we're looking at somebody that's going to fall off right here. Once we confirm that he's falling off post-snap, this is wide open. Boom. So, Phantom, to go back and answer your question, because I think it's an interesting one. Should Caleb Williams throw out of bounds in the NFL? I don't think there's anything wrong with this specific play, but Phantom, that's particularly because on this specific play, Caleb immediately throws his body forward and to the sidelines. And if this player hits Caleb Williams, he's going to get fined and maybe thrown out of the game. Now I understand that you get the RG3 thing the moment that you start dancing along the sidelines, but Caleb decelerates. Once he sees the linebacker coming for him, he decelerates right here and uses that running back body to control contact. Controlled contact doesn't bug me, right? When we used to talk about Fields and throwing the ball away, a lot of times that's because Fields would take some of the most aggressive interior angles, and I knew he couldn't slide because he didn't do it enough, right? Where Caleb doesn't play like he wants to get smoked, but I don't know. I also think that in this, I also wouldn't be surprised if in the NFL, the moment Caleb sees, this is my guess, right? I think the moment Caleb sees this backer come for him in the NFL, he's going to throw the ball away. Last game against UCLA in college football, he's outrun a lot of these guys. That changes once it's Tremaine Edmonds, right? And hey, can we just say, I really mean this. Travis, you're our unbiased observer here. A lot of times we have talked about how, okay, so last year, for instance, right? Justin Fields got asked, how does it feel to play against such a good defense? And then I remember Justin said something along the lines of, what are you talking about? And didn't understand the question. I will tell you what, I am actually a little excited, like a little straight up optimistic about Caleb's development, in part because throughout OTAs and throughout training camp, Caleb Williams is going to go up against a legitimately good back seven that should make for some really interesting 7-on-7 moments with really good receivers to match. So if you're talking about game day matchups, there are going to be plenty of defensive game plans where it is easier going up against the guys that you will be playing than the guys in practice. Like going different, or what is this? Going up against every week in practice, Jalen Johnson covering DJ Moore and Kyler Gordon on, we're not going to talk about Kyler Gordon on Keenan because I actually think it's a really bad matchup for the defense. But so Tyreek Stevenson on Rome Odunze is a great matchup defensively. I really like that if I'm the Bears. That's as good as you're going to get on a guy like Rome Odunze. So you're talking about, yes, really good offensive personnel, but also defensive personnel that should push back pretty well. And granted, the defensive line's not going to teach you much, but they're not going to let you the defensive line teach you much anyways, because it's OTAs and training camp. So from a 7-on-7 perspective, you actually may get some iron sharpens iron between the Bears defense and the Bears offense that'll help everybody skill position wise that's young on the offense, but it should help Caleb in particular because he'll be getting a bunch of defensive looks played out by talented players that will actually push him to figure out NFL windows, NFL timing, etc., etc. If I'm you, Bears fan, that's the kind of thing that excites me because there are plenty of, think about it. What's Drake May going to learn? Drake May is going to learn that my offense blows, right? Like that Patriots defense can play and they are all better than the guy across from him. So all Drake May is going to learn is not to trust anybody because shoot, we can't do anything against Christian Barmore, Matthew Judon, Christian Gonzalez, and a bunch of the other dogs that we've got over there. What's Jaden Daniels going to learn? Jaden Daniels is going to learn I can sit back and my guy's going to get open for me, which would be a lot truer if our defense wasn't so bad. So then Jaden Daniels runs the risk of hitting preseason or NFL week 1 action and finding out that actually that defense that you trained yourself up against, that's not representative of the rest of the NFL. Like eventually the Bears are going to play Jaden Daniels. Won't shock me if Jaden Daniels gets a very different experience against Chicago than he does against that Washington secondary right now. How you doing, Alex? Caleb, on the other hand, gets a very representative NFL defense with representative matchups to work. And and I can't help but think that that's a very positive thing. Yeah, hopefully, Zarash, like for his own sake, I hope so. We'll watch a little bit more in the first half, but boom. Good ball. When we talk about Caleb's accuracy, yeah, you're going to miss some, but you hit enough where it's like, okay, you won't hit them all. Hopefully in the NFL, maybe his accuracy improves over time. Professional football can do that for you, but we'll see. Let's see. Yeah, I did, Alex. I loved it. Man, UCLA's defense had them red. Like, to me, this stuff's not normal. We're covered by a safety over the top. We've got one guy trailing and one guy sitting in the passing lane. We've got a beautiful job right here of running to where he's going. There's just nothing there. And Caleb does his best to extend the play, go through the reads. You could see his head click, click, clicking. We're in the middle. Push it out to there. Zoe works for me. I got you. And then we make sure that on first down, it's not a negative play. Don't clap too hard. Don't break your hand trying to put him in the Hall of Fame over basically just flicking the ball out of bounds. But sometimes your play doesn't work. It is, to me, very NFL good to see that he doesn't do too much in some of those situations, especially with a game that's been going as badly as this one has. Now, here, oh my gosh. I do think he could stuff this ball to 89 here. I don't know quite what he's looking for. Maybe he's starting to get impatient, right? But like we said, sometimes you're going to miss something. We don't know because we're not talking to Caleb Williams. It could even be, it could even be that Caleb thinks he can get the big one right here and that he would have if his offensive line didn't lose like this. But then he's got to break a tackle. Now he's looking for scramble drill. We're covered. We're covered. We're not insane. Like, we're not that crazy. And he gets the ball out again. Do we love two throwaways back to back when there is the Kurt Warner play underneath? I don't know. But I'll leave that up to you, right? Because the more football I watch, the more I am just starting to believe, and I hope this doesn't make me boring, but the more football I watch, the more I'm starting to believe that there's so much human element you don't see on tape that leads us to questions that we're never going to get answers to, right? What does Caleb hear? What does Caleb feel? Does he feel the pressure on his backside because the LT just like falls in this situation? I don't know. But like you're saying, Donald, exactly. Game situation. But also, we're not down three touchdowns. We're down one on 2nd and 10. But also, if you play the Kurt Warner play every single play, you will do what Kurt Warner did sometimes and never ever push the ball. I mean, if we think we're going to pop this open and get wide open down the field, I don't blame Caleb for taking the chance. Now, this DB actually does a pretty good job with it. I mean, all things considered, the DB plays it well. If Caleb told us afterwards, yeah, I didn't think there was any chance that 36 was going to stick with this. 36 has made a bunch of coverage mistakes already. I thought we were going to have a touchdown, and then we didn't. Whatever, right? Like, sometimes your quarterback's going to take a chance, and that's not going to pay off. Doesn't help anything. Then when we look at the backside here, do you see this? Have we mentioned this? Like, I think it's Alex that mentioned this is the first time I'm seeing this play. 86 throws his own guy on the floor. What route's he running? Like, would he be running a backside dig into space by chance? Would he be? I mean, the offense is a mess. is all I'm saying. On this play, you get your left tackle just eating it. You get your you get your receiver throwing another receiver onto the ground, and your quarterback ultimately makes sure that this play isn't a negative because that's just who he is. Could be. There are plenty of people that are going to point to imperfections, and within this offense, I can't help but sit here and be like, I don't know. 3rd and 10. Rocket. First down. And this is awesome. To me, there's something about Caleb's body language on this particular play that looks like, yeah, I ain't letting anything deny me this first down. Maybe I'm reading something that isn't there. But Caleb on this play looks to me like he sees what he wants. He knows he's thrown the ball away twice. This is that hitter, right? That says, I'm swinging the bat. This pitch is mine. And he just rips this ball. It's a dot, too. And not only from the far hash, with a free runner, Travis. We get a free runner on the other side, and this guy's got pace. We know, you feel it. You know he's coming. Ball is out, and it's so good we even get some yak off of it. And again, this is Brendan Rice. He's just not the world's greatest receiver. But like you're talking about, Alex, exactly, where I think that there are a lot of people that are, Alex, we are at, I feel like I'm picking on people, Alex, but I'll say what's on my mind. Film analysis got cool. And then a whole bunch of people from content perspectives started doing film analysis with the intention to make players look good. I know that I saw a bunch of videos this last year where the video's intent was to make Darnell Wright look elite. I think Darnell Wright is badass. I think Darnell Wright is awesome. I think Darnell Wright played like a promising rookie last year. I do not think anybody needs to be using the E word, right? And that's fine, but elite needs to be like 10 dudes. And Darnell's not there yet. And that's okay. If he was, it would be unbelievable. He was very good. He's a major step forward from what the Bears have had in a lot of their right tackles. I think he is so fun when you talk about what his potential is going forward. And my favorite part about Darnell Wright right now is that if he got no better at all, and in pass pro, but his run blocking gets a little better because his run blocking actually wasn't that great last year, then you have a right tackle that loses really slowly and has first round feet. This is hard enough to find. That is plenty from a top 10 tackle, even though I know there's plenty of people on Twitter that would tell me that if he's not like a PFF grade 82.5 or better, that pick some semi-arbitrary number. I'm a nerd. And these people out nerd me. That they'd say, if he's not that, then here. So on and so forth. But so within that, it's not only, Travis, do they not point out objectivity, I think you got it on the other one, that a lot of them, I don't think they know because I don't think they want to know. That's the thing, right? I am not hating just to hate. I'm talking about a younger version of myself, sort of, where I think they watch enough to where they have a vague idea of what's going on, but I don't think they seek out more and more and more answers, because the deeper you get into football, the more complicated the entire game gets. And that's all right. There are plenty of things I don't know. Football is a frustrating world of no matter how much time you spend coaching, there's always going to be another coach that's going to look you dead in the eyes and tell you that you don't know anything. Because that's just how coaches talk to each other for some reason. But all this to say that I think that there's plenty of moments where people will build all 22 things in a vacuum, where they'll show you 4 to 10 plays and they'll say, this is who this kid is. Guys, in Caleb Williams' case, there's 700 plays from his 2023 college football season. There's 1,500 plays in his 22 and 23 seasons. If you pick out 10 plays where Caleb makes the same mistake, you're going to look like you have a point. It doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. That is why I think these breakdown videos, not just this one, I'm not trying to tell you this is the best form of content. This is me just spotting up and this is me spotting up and doing a stream because I didn't have time to cut the video together. And it's been that way for a little while, right? But it's why if you go back and you watch my old Bilal Nichols breakdown video, I stuffed 80 plays into it. 80 unique plays into that. Because if I was going to make a point about Bilal Nichols, I was going to do it with so much film that my point was hard to escape from. Because to me, that's how you have to do these things. But that's just what it's. Every content creator is going to have their own opinion. And that's all right. But so, let me see. Who are the most wrongly confident and those with a sliver of information. Doesn't help anything, Kaiser Klein, when you talk about it. I think they call it the Dunning-Kruger curve, right? Where it is knowledge versus confidence. And it's not even a joke. I think it's somebody did this, like they did a study and they found that when you know a little about something, you get unbelievably confident in it. And then you know a little more and your confidence drops like crazy. And then you start building up a reasonable amount of confidence after that. And I think it's hilarious because it does feel this way. But so, anyways, let me see. Somebody mentioned, was it Alex who asked me this? Was it? Oh, Zy7. I'm glad you asked. You mentioned Kurt Warner's videos of Caleb that he didn't see a lot of evidence of complex processing. Yeah. I mean, Zy, I hope you're still here. The USC offense didn't really ask him to do it. What Kurt Warner is talking about when he calls it complex processing, I don't want to tell you it doesn't exist in college football, because it exists. But a lot of offenses that you see in modern scenarios don't really ask their guys to do it. It's why it's funny, right? Because you talk to Kurt Warner and there's 12 interviews of Kurt Warner, or people asking Kurt Warner who should be the number 1 overall pick. And he continues to come back and say, it's Caleb, it's Caleb, it's Caleb, it's Caleb, it's Caleb. So it's not as if Kurt is coming after Caleb Williams, the prospect. He's trying to say Caleb Williams might not immediately slot in and immediately, oh, that's good to know, Donald, immediately succeed in the NFL, which maybe, but I can also tell you that there's an element of Caleb's game that I think when you ask him to do more complex processing, I think he can handle it. I really do. I think his offense just didn't ask it in many cases. So I'll tell you, in my own experience, when you're talking about Caleb Williams' deep ball, let me see if I can find the one I'm thinking of. This is going to be a rabbit out of a hat if I can find it. But so let me see. And I think people have probably seen this. Let's see. And that's the thing, Grant, right? Kurt and I mean this in the best way possible. If I had Kurt Warner on a podcast, what I could probably get Kurt Warner to tell me is that Kurt Warner does want to see quarterbacks play the game like Kurt Warner. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Kurt Warner played the game a lot like Tom Brady. Don't we all want to see our quarterbacks play like Tom Brady? And here's the thing, Zy. In the NFL, yeah. In college football, no. In college football, no, you don't want to see your college quarterback hitting the flat for 4.5 yards on 35% of plays. You don't in college football want to see your quarterback aiming to pick up 5 to 6 yards on a curl route on every single down. It won't work forever, and these defenses are way too vulnerable for you to just play that kind of ball. And I say this because I'm a fan of a Baylor Bears team whose quarterback just tried to do this And no quarterback that's good enough to be that efficient, like to make that style of play work, is also best suited to do that against most of these college defenses. And that's the thing, Alex. You mentioned you wonder if it'll be a little easier for Caleb since he literally got a 2-month head start. It should be. And also, the NFL asks you to do it more. We watched the whole UCLA game. Guys, didn't you see Caleb Williams playing a lot more like Tom Brady, Kurt Warner? You did. He took the hitch drastically more often. Why did he do it? The defense asked him to. The pass rush was dangerous enough. The coverage was not open, or like the coverage downfield was consistent enough, meaning you had to take your wins where you got them. It's the same thing with the Notre Dame game. Watch past the 3 interceptions, even a little before, and you'll see plenty of examples of Caleb understanding that that 4 yards is the best 4 yards you're going to get right now. And he takes it when he needs to. Against teams like Stanford, he's not going to. Because why? That's not the most efficient play. His guys are better than them. So wait for something to come open. He's right to do it. It's the classic, is he doing it because he can't? Or is he doing it because he thinks that there's a better play out there? And I tend to believe it's more the latter. Did you realize that part of the reason Brady fell is because his own Michigan coach played Drew Hansen in his senior year over Tom Brady? So there's an aspect of Tom where it's like, did he play like that at Michigan? First of all, I don't totally know, but also, you look at Tom and he's a very special case because his own college coach didn't think Tom Brady was Tom Brady. But so, anyways, Zai, I am kind of saying that I see him adapt to college defenses. When he's going up against a college defense with no pass rush, he acts like he does not give a damn about what they're going to do to him. That's where you see plays like, okay, hang on, I'm going to bounce around a lot. And then we're going to come back to Oregon. I'm going to make my point there, right? But so, let's see, is it... It's not Cal. It is Stanford. Whoop. Let me see here. That'll do. Perfect. How you doing, Ryan? But so is it this play? Oh, that's just ridiculous. See, I love these, y'all. How fun are these, right? Just the arm whips. Like, these slants to me are so much fun. Where you're talking, when does he throw the ball? Well before our guy has looked back. And he gives you a go up and get it ball in the interior part of the field. That's the part I think about quarterback that all kinds of people don't talk about enough. This ball over here, the fade, is not the only go up and get it ball. You can throw a go get it ball into space. It's that slant. It's the one that I think the Bears were desperately missing, and I love that Caleb has this in his bag because he does, and it's awesome. Let's see. Is it Stanford? Because it might not be. It might be like some throw against Arizona State that I'm thinking of. This throw's awesome. I'm not about to tell you that Caleb is like ultra dynamite deep, because that's the thing. So you're not the first who's brought up Caleb's deep accuracy. And I definitely think that Caleb's accuracy, when we're talking about a deeper play, is not, he's not a satellite laser, right? But I also think his receivers misjudge balls really often. Zai, this is the play I'm talking about. So you're playing Stanford, right? Not only you playing Stanford, you're playing Stanford, and it's already 28-0 in early quarter 2. So are they competing? Not really, right? Are you scared of them? Not really. So then what happens on this play? Well, I want you to just sit back and watch it, right? Is this Caleb can't process, or is this Caleb is so aware of what the defense is and what his own guys are in response to that defense that he can make a play that nobody else can? That is filthy. This is also something that I think that there are some coaches out there that they would look you in the eyes and they would tell you that it's bad football. So I guess you could say that there's some give and take. But that's part of the pseudoscience that is trying to figure out what these guys are in the draft. And I really mean that. Where plenty of people will tell you that it's easy or that there's a clear-cut way to do it, but Caleb, in my own estimation, is well aware that against Stanford, he just doesn't need to throw this. Caleb at this point looks like he wants to lace this ball to 15, right? He wants to push this thing here. The Stanford defender does a good job cutting it off, right? And Turu, that's the thing. Which team can he do this against on the schedule? We'll find out when he gets there because none of them come to mind, right? But he is aware that none of his guys have lost. And so he'll just sit there in the pocket. Okay, Turu, this is the best example, right? Because it's not that I can pick you out a team that he can do this. But I do believe Caleb is aware that this guy's got it, these two got it, this guy's got it, he's fine. So he's fine. He's still fine. He's even checking around. He knows how much space he has. He finally sees this guy break open deep, laces the throw right here, and boom, 35-0. So Turu, who's he going to do it against? I guess it depends. But the hope in Chicago would be, okay, I can give you a player. Do you remember, Turu, those moments where Aaron Rodgers would just hold the ball and hold the ball and hold the ball? He's still holding the ball. And then he would just throw a touchdown. These kinds, it's not going to be this drastic because I'm picking out a play that's very extreme on purpose. But I think that Caleb is going to have moments, especially once he gets better. I doubt he'll do it in week 1 as a rookie. And if he does do it in week 1 as a rookie, I doubt it's always going to work because it won't surprise me if he doesn't have a good feel for every single player and the way that they play on the speed, and their play speed. But 2 to 3 games or 2 to 3 years into the future, yeah, it won't surprise me if the Bears are up against Turu, to give you an example, it won't surprise me if he hits the point where you've got the Bears up against the Lions, and if James Houston is hurt again, right, then you've got Darnell Wright locking up Aiden Hutchinson. You've got Tevin Jenkins, or you got Nate Davis, and let's say it's Bates locking up whoever the 1 tech is. The Lions 3 tech, I don't think is anything too scary, but if Tevin Jenkins handles him, and then Braxton Jones, or whoever the equivalents are, I'm not trying to pick out names. It doesn't really matter, right? But so if all of these guys handle their business on a big 3rd down, and Caleb knows the Lions are in man, it won't surprise me if he's just going to sit in the pocket and wait. And that's what's so funny, right? Could he take the check down, Turu, in that moment? Technically, maybe. But there's kind of this moment where I think a lot of these really good quarterbacks feel, and I do think it's all feel, they feel the opportunity to hit a body blow, like to hit an uppercut, because you're in a man defense and you're not pressured. And you've got DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and Keenan Allen running around downfield. You give them 4 to 5 seconds, we should be able to hit a 35-yard throw of some kind. And I don't know if that's going to, I don't know how well that's always going to work, but it won't surprise me if he gets enough of them. Jarrell, I think Caleb's accurate. I think there's too many throws on Caleb's tape where he's absolutely accurate. And I'm not worried about it at the NFL level. I do think that there's always going to be accuracy questions for any quarterback, because if you splice together the right reel, you're going to make anybody look uncomfortable. But that's that. Let's see. I've seen Branch asking, what is DJ Moore? Because he thinks their rookie corners will lock him up. Does he actually, Turu? Because I'll tell you what, I love that Detroit loves their rookie corners. I think the fact that they're so rookie reliant next year on the outside is a disaster waiting to happen. Who knows? Maybe they surprise us. Could be, but Tyreek, do we remember, Turu, do we remember how many, am I allowed to say this on air? How many butt kickings Tyreek Stevenson took last year early in the season, probably through week 10, right? I love Stevenson. To me, that's an example of a good rookie corner. And yeah, I hope Terrion Arnold learns that Keenan Allen can commit as much OPI as he wants, right? But it's funny, Jarrell. They could surprise us like the Packers rookie wide receivers surprised everybody. And Jarrell, they definitely did. But they did it in week 11, right? And it's going to be weeks. I mean, here's the other part that I look at for Detroit next year, right, guys? Detroit can't really afford to start slow, you know? And maybe they won't. Maybe their rookie corners will be all right in the early goings of the season. But if Detroit starts, if they start out 5-5, 4-6, I think it gets a little more dangerous, especially because, hey, I'm just saying, for as bad as we have had it against the Packers, we have eaten good against Detroit. And I'll tell you what, because Phantom says the Bears match up really well against Detroit. Phantom, I do agree, but even taking the homer hat off, let's take the hat off briefly. If Detroit goes 0-2 against the Bears, it could threaten their ability to make the playoffs. Just overall. It's not something that will happen, but it's something that could. I mean, goodness knows you're going to get like divisional games are never easy, but if the Lions don't win, if the Lions don't play well against their divisional opponents, that could be a huge problem. And so we'll see what happens. We'll see. But I'm intrigued to see how all of that is going to play out, because the Lions don't really impress me. But I ain't trying to be a hater. Okay, so Zoe, you still here? This is exactly the play I was thinking of. I'm glad I found it. So Caleb Williams is going to throw what I believe is just a straight up touchdown on a 9 route down the field. I think it's a 9 anyways. Caleb gets the look he wants on what is basically like a screen double move, because here it looks like it's a swing screen. He gets down the field, inexplicably misreads the ball, inexplicably stops his momentum right here, and then ends up a hair late on a touchdown. Why does he go from striding with the ball to stopping to then not catching it? I couldn't tell you. So is that an inaccurate deep ball? I don't think so. And I'm trying as best I can to be the same objective person throughout this whole process. I'm not telling you that I think Caleb threw a perfectly fine ball just because he's the Bears' #1 overall quarterback. This is a really screwball route, if you ask me. But he stacks the DB. He gets everything he wants. I think the throw's there. I think the receiver doesn't make a good play on it. You look in the stat book, this is a misplay. And that's the other piece, right? Because Donald, I think we've talked about it a lot, where in many cases, we would look at a Darnell Mooney type receiver that looks over his left shoulder and then stops his feet like he literally always does. And people would say, Darnell, just keep running. But he never does that. In this case, Brendan Rice has had plenty of big plays with Caleb Williams where he did just keep running. And he gets his eye on the ball right here. He just misreads the ball. And that's fine. I think he thinks it's going to be either a little closer than it is, or maybe he misreads the ball. That's all we're really going to know. Other than that, we'd have to ask him. But in this case, Zoe, it's one play. It's not a perfect argument. I've seen a lot more sick balls downfield that didn't get caught than good balls downfield, or sick balls downfield that didn't get caught, than I've seen ugly, gross balls downfield where I wondered how on earth did that get thrown. Another simple way to put this, Zoe, I don't see when Caleb attacks the throws outside the numbers, I don't see a lot of them land outside of the field of play. Is that absolutely perfect? Is that a perfect representation of accuracy? I don't know. You tell me. Throwing deep is hard. Throwing deep is a negotiation between the receiver and how he wants the ball and then where the quarterback's actually able to put it. But in my opinion, if USC didn't get the ball dropped right into their hands, they didn't catch it. And that's fine. I mean, it's college football, but it's going to create not great deep passing or deep completion percentage numbers, because if that throw isn't caught, and then let me see, I've got another one for you if I can just dig it up really fast. It's a throw from the Notre Dame game that comes to my mind. I don't know where it is, so I'm just going to have to find it. I always feel like a supercomputer. I'm not a supercomputer, but I always feel like one whenever I'm just like hard scanning plays, going, it's in here somewhere. Somewhere. Yep, it's this one. Caleb Williams under pressure. Look at the body positioning. We can't step into this throw. We just whip it out anyways. Look at where the ball is. Dot on the sidelines. Dot on the sidelines. Bang. But because we aren't strong in our route again, and because the corner blatantly interferes, I'm actually shocked this one didn't get called, if you ask me. But it is a ball down the sidelines that we even catch. We just we don't come down with it. And that's all right. But Zoe, again, it's an incompletion. And so I see enough of these where I know it's just 2 plays at this point. But there's enough evidence, in my opinion, of Caleb hitting bangers down the field where USC didn't come down with them, that I look at his deep accuracy and don't see anything scary about it. Are there plays like the one in Colorado, which is more of like a deep out route, where I'd love to see, it looks a little more like that, that he misses? He, like, the ball's out here, receivers right here. Would I love to see him hit hit every throw in the book? Of course I would, Zoe. But no quarterback does. And so it's more a matter of how consistent is your placement, right? His placement's pretty good. It is above average in all categories. And when you look at most numerical representations of not only where is he attacking, how often does he attack them, how successful is he in attacking all areas of the football field, he comes back with very good or better in pretty much every category, which to me matches the tape. But when I say stuff like that, there are people, I'm still, Zoe, I'm still kind of breathing out all the stress from November, December, January, February, March, where when people ask me to talk about Caleb, I was the bad guy. And now talking about all this stuff it makes me the good guy. And I still remember all the bad guy times. Because it's funny, you say, is his accuracy similar to Josh Allen's? Josh Allen's accuracy was not good until it was. I think right now his accuracy is pretty similar to Josh Allen. But I also don't want to make you any promises because I know what that sounds like, right? Parallel asked me Andrew Luck or Williams. Parallel, I'll tell you straightforward that I think Andrew Luck was a phenomenal quarterback prospect in all facets of the game. I think the thing that really sold Andrew Luck for most evaluators was the fact that Andrew Luck played in a true pro-style offense coached by Jim Harbaugh. You want to talk about NFL translation? It couldn't have been easier for Andrew Luck because he went from doing what he did in college to doing it again in the professional football. Caleb has a lot more translation. I do think Caleb is he is a phenomenal talent. Do I wish he was a little taller? Sure. But he is an awesome football talent that I think is unbelievably fun to watch. I'm glad I don't have to choose. If it was me, I'd probably go boring and I'd take Luck, because if I'm the Bears, I would want somebody who had next to no chance of failure. But I also think Caleb has, I'm going to say it, guys, next to no chance of failure. Is there a chance that Caleb disappoints some of the fan base? Sure. But let me ask you this, because I asked this months ago and people hated it when I did it then, right? if I think that if off-field stuff stays fine, the worst on-field player that I think the Bears are going to get is Baker Mayfield. And I'm talking, this is like the 10th or worst percentile option. Like this is the inverse Hall of Famer. It is as likely to me as the Hall of Fame. It's probably less likely to be than the Hall of Famer, especially because I think saying Baker Mayfield is actually way too big a sledgehammer. I think Caleb, even bad Caleb, should be better than Baker. But let's just sit on Baker for a hot minute, right? If that's as bad as it gets, a lot of people are going to be really disappointed. And like Phantom's saying, he's probably one of the best Bears quarterbacks of all time. It's funky because if the Browns still had Baker and they didn't have why did the Browns get rid of Baker? The Browns got rid of Baker because they thought they had the opportunity to, the rare opportunity, I should add, to trade a boatload of stuff to add a top 5 quarterback. It's the only reason the Browns got rid of Baker in the first place. Now he got his mega extension. It's pretty good money in Tampa Bay, and he has multiple 4,000-yard seasons on record. The T-Law thing, I think, is funny, right? Because the same reason that people would be disappointed, the same people who are acting like T-Law is a disappointment would be talking about how he's one of the best Bears quarterbacks ever if Caleb Williams in his second and third season pops 4,000 yards. I'm with you, Alex, where I think that there's some Cutler. I do think they're really different players. Like, I think Levis is much more Cutler. I'm not just talking visuals. Cutler had that, like, I'm going to throw it no matter what. Whereas I think Caleb is aggressive, but he throws it with intention of his guys to go get it. It's tomato, tomato, the more that I think about it. But the point is that I think you're fine, Donald. I really do. I really, call me crazy. Okay, so Donald, I think predicting a Super Bowl is stupid, right? I'm gonna be really real with you. Like, I think predicting that the Bears would win a Super Bowl in any specific year is hard, especially when the Super Bowl historically gets dominated by the same team who has the best quarterback in football, and any other Super Bowl winner from there is a matter of the luck of the draw. I think, to use my favorite example, right? I think the Buffalo Bills are awesome. I think it's hard to look at Josh Allen and not see the second best quarterback in football. I think being a Bills fan right now is what the Bears could become if somehow they aren't winning Super Bowls. Now, they're in the NFC, so the Bears may actually make it to a Super Bowl or two. I actually think that, Donald, if the Bears don't make it to a Super Bowl, I can't believe I'm saying this, okay? I can't believe these words are about to come out of my mouth. I think if the Bears don't make 1 to 2 Super Bowls in the next decade, this will have been extremely disappointing because the door is open. Of all teams, getting to the Super Bowl seems more manageable than it should out of the NFC compared to the AFC. If the Bears are in the AFC, it's a gauntlet. There's no chance. But they're not in the AFC. They're in the NFC. They'll have to beat a 49ers team, or maybe they won't. Maybe the Rams will do it for you. I mean, it's right there. It feels like they should make it. And here's what I'll tell you, Donald. If you are watching this stream 15 years from now, right, and we look back on a Caleb Williams career where the Bears went to 3 Super Bowls and they lost them all, I know there will be hurt feelings. I remembered what it was like to be a 2011, 2012, or 2010, 2011 Texas Rangers fan. If they've been to 3 Super Bowls and they lose them all, I refuse to be mad about it. Like, not saying that we won't be, but that will, I would hope we have more fun. I know, Travis. I'm pouring some Kool-Aid and serving it for everybody. I'm aware it is so hard. It is so hard to make it. But Like, because Eric, that's the thing, right? What I'm looking at, and what I'm saying, Eric, that I'm just thinking out loud about, okay, is I have watched so many Bears games, so many Bears games where they ultimately lose. I've watched so many Bears seasons where we can't even really think about going to the playoffs. And worse, 2023 was exactly like 2020, where I had that moment. I'm sure you guys all did too, where it became obvious that if the Bears beat the Browns, they were going to go to the playoffs. And if they went to the playoffs, they were going to lose immediately in the playoffs. Even going to the playoffs felt like, why are we doing this? Like that playoff game against the Saints was awful to prep for, because I remember doing like I remember doing some pre-work on it, and it was like, okay, so the defense actually could have a pretty sweet game, but the offense, I don't know how they're going to score. And it turns out that that's pretty much how this thing played out, and it was a tough playoff game to watch. And then the Browns won, where the defense starts the game off with pretty much 2 touchdowns. But that's the thing. Oh, I should be clear here, Travis. Let's see. Like, I do not totally disagree with you. I got you. I was ready for totally disagree. I'm there because, Travis, the other part of this is that if you name the top 5 quarterbacks in football right now, 4 of them at least are in the AFC. The AFC is a beat down. It is a gauntlet right now. Getting to the playoffs out of the AFC seems unbelievably, unrealistically hard. Getting to the playoffs in the NFC means beating the Niners. And the Niners are going to fade at some point. You got to think. Are the Bears going to be there immediately? I don't know. Doubt it, right? But at the same time, here's my other thing, guys. The Packers were a decent drive away from playing in the Super Bowl. The Packers, along with the the Packers were a decent drive away from playing for the Super Bowl. The Lions were a couple drives away from playing in the Super Bowl. The Bears popped the Lions twice. The Packers were right on the doorstep. I'm not trying to tell you guys that the Bears have some easy road, but right now, the teams that we are measuring ourselves against are in our division, and everybody else in the conference pretty much leaves something on the table. Last year's Eagles were not at the level of last year's Vikings, and I'm not just trying to talk about like fluff. I really don't think they had that. That I don't think the Eagles were what they thought or were what they wanted to be. I think the Buccaneers were beatable. Last year's Bears had a very good shot to beat them, for crying out loud. But I mean, I don't know. All this to say, right, that it's wild looking at the roadmap here for Chicago, and there is a chance. Okay, so I'll make a comparison. That if you're a Bears fan, and if you're not, hey, love you. But if you are a Bears fan, this might get you excited. If Caleb becomes that guy, there's a comparison that I think it's possible that the NFL world will steal from the NBA. I'm going to give you like 10 seconds if you want to be a guesser to try to guess what comparison I'm making. But the one I'm thinking about is how a lot of people tried to take a lot of the emotion and potential credit that LeBron James was getting from winning a bunch of NBA titles away from him because he played in the East. Steph's a good one. The one I was coming for is LeBron James playing in the East, where everybody said, well, yeah, it's the West where everybody, like, where all that works. But the LeBron in the East thing could become Caleb in the NFC, where people could say, well, sure, Caleb's pretty good, but if he was in the AFC, he'd be the 3rd best quarterback, right? And if the Bears lived this life, I think we would all get over it. I hope Caleb ends up feeling overrated. Don't you? I hope Caleb gets talked about like I hope he gets talked about the way that I see Joe Burrow talked about. I would love that. Good problem to have. right? Where we all look at the film and we go, Caleb's really good. Is he that good? I don't know. But is he is he really good? Yes. Do people love him? Yes. it's it's wild. We'll see. I don't know. But like Zach's saying, I mean, the Bears have a real chance at a really good quarterback. Caleb's talent is awesome. Let's watch more football, right? But so I'm seriously, Alex, exactly. When Braun was in Miami and Cleveland, Alex, LeBron got through the East when he was in Cleveland the first time, for crying out loud. Like, Braun, exactly. Yeah, demo, right? Inject Caleb got carried into my veins. Like, I hope Poles builds that team. But so, Bearski, who's the best quarterback in the NFC? If you put the old gun to my head right now, it's complicated because I have a different answer for the regular season and the playoffs. I think in the regular season, especially in the first 6 to 8 games of the regular season, I think it's hard to argue it's not Dak Prescott. I do think that after about week 12, Dak Prescott consistently falls off like crazy. I don't know if he gets hurt. I don't know if the thing goes in the tank. Oh, Travis, seriously? I'm local to Dallas. Like I it's so I don't know what keeps happening to the Cowboys. I have some guesses sometimes, but like Dak in the early season is threading it. Dak, when the season opens, is pumping the ball into the seam, and it is amazing. Like it is so fun to watch some of those early season Dak games. Then you get to that playoff time, and it's like, yikes, man. What? It's not even that Dak plays horribly. It's more like Dak's got his name attached to a bunch of games that nobody wants his name attached to. I think that's the simplest and most efficient way that I can put that, where it's not even that Dak losing to the Niners is always Dak's fault, but he keeps losing to the Niners. And it's rough. I think it's probably Stafford. Stafford's probably the best answer we're going to have, with the caveat that Stafford's the kind of guy that's old enough to be good until he's not, right? Uh, Stafford's going to fall off eventually. We just don't know when. Somebody asked earlier, like, is it Goff? I think Goff is in the conversation, but I also think, Travis, the way I described Dak for years, and I'm amazed that I can still do it, is I think Dak, oh man, this is going to make me sound like a hater. Maybe. I think Dak is the goodest quarterback in the NFL. I think he's not great, right? But I think that he plays the position like you should play the position. I think he has the talent to make all the throws. I think he's mobile enough to pull a rabbit out of his hat. I think he ticks all of the boxes. You just feel like you're missing something, especially when he goes up against some of these great quarterbacks. But that's just been my perception of him. I have no idea if that's how you feel. But so, new poster, Stafford, is he 30? Yeah, I was about to say, I think he's closer to over 35. But so where's Cousins in this convo? It's funny, right? Because I think Cousins is a really good quarterback. I think Cousins has been my favorite example of how hard it is to play quarterback in the NFL, especially since right now, Zoe, you're asking me about Cousins. You're asking me about Cousins coming off of an ACL or off of an Achilles tear, and I'm pretty injury averse. So Cousins last year, I think he's a top 10 guy, but Cousins this year, I would sell my stock in him. If he ends up shocking us in Atlanta, amazing. Good for you, Kirk. But I feel like we do see this story a lot where people want the guy who's a year over the hill to live up to what he was. And then Phillip Rivers has his seasons in the Colts where he's solid. He's fine, right? He's not bad, but you start to see the age creep in. And it won't surprise me if that's what we get a little bit of in Atlanta. I think Love's pretty good. I have that whole video on Love, and I still stand by the overwhelming majority of it, especially since most of what I talked about with Love involved him putting the ball in harm's way, which he would have had his receivers not gotten open so much. I don't even know how to phrase this. I sound like I'm coping, but it's like Jordan Love's back foot thing should get him into so many more jams than it does. But man, those Packers receivers were just open like crazy. But so we'll see. Fair to assume that I see Penix taking over sooner than many expect. Then, Zoe, it's funny, right? Because I also think they paid Kirk too much to bench. So in Kirk's case, I have no idea. Maybe they would throw Penix out there, but I think Penix is a while before he's ready too. But so we'll see. Let's watch some more tape. Let's do it. Let's do the tape thing, right? So I've got a game. Let me see. What's a decent one? I want to do a 2022 game because there's a bunch of 2022 games that I have not watched yet that I've got access to. Therefore, we should, right? Let's see. Might as well watch. Let's do like 2022 against Wazoo. Why? I don't have a good reason for you. I just want to watch some ball. I am going to play the tape from something else, and then grab some water, and then I will be back, and we can watch some, and we can watch a little bit more of this. But so, new poster, I love it. Let's see. I'll throw on here. I'll detox you a little bit. Let's go. Seattle versus Detroit. This is your reminder of what NFL football looks like. Muted. Yeah, of course I am. Um, but so Zoe, you mentioned this earlier as I've been catching up on the chat, where you feel like the defense is going to be closer to average than good. I'll tell you realistically, I think that there's this silly thing people do where they talk like the only two things that exist are being top five or average. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears defense right now has a good shot at being top 10, but not because their offense is so unbelievably good or defense, but because a lot of the offenses that they're going to play are also really bad. And so if you end up with a whole bunch of offenses that can't play, then the Bears defense is going to eat them in some cases. I mean, let's think about teams like the teams exactly like, what is this? The Patriots, where whether they're playing Brissett or playing Drake May, that could easily be a 3 to 4 pick game. And then if they go up against the Packers, I don't think they're ready yet. I'm right there with you. But over in the aggregate, it wouldn't surprise me if there are going to be, this might be the best way I could put this. It won't surprise me if there are going to be as many games where the Bears defense is the reason they're winning as there are games where the defense is the reason they're losing, which to me equates to about average. Maybe you'll even get a couple more games where the defense is the reason they're winning, especially because they're going to play teams like Minnesota twice. They're going to play a team like Arizona, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But Travis, we'll get there. We will, I promise. It's probably not today. We'll go through one more Caleb Williams game, at least pieces of it, from 2022. Let's watch Wazoo, and then we will probably do. I probably do want to do some like Bears current defense next season or next week or something like that. But so let me see. What I am curious to hear, Eric. You mentioned Dexter feels like he's really important based on what you were seeing in this. What did you see? But so the teams really do love split zone all over the place. Let's see. I'm also seeing you guys talk about Nick Wright. Nick Wright's hilarious. I think Nick Wright is so funny. Just telling you guys straight out, where there are some times where I think Nick Wright leans into being the guy who kicks the hornet's nest a little too much. But I don't know. Guys like him and Cowherd that are on the radio nearly all the time, I think they get enough right to where I know they're serious people, but they're also really good media personalities, in part because, I don't know, they generate all that conversation, blah, 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 blah. But so we'll see. Let's see. That's the thing, Eric. I'm with you. NFL D-line is wild. Let's see. Do I think Waldron can develop Williams? I think so, parallel. But I also think that there are a lot of offensive coordinators, Waldron being one of the positives here, or like one of the examples that I would cite here, that he may get credit for developing Caleb Williams, but I think a lot of credit ought to be given to the fact that the Bears have a roster on offense and defense that is good enough to where Caleb can learn lessons pretty ambiently, even if his OC doesn't teach him. I hope, to use an example, I hope that Shane Waldron is able to just outright develop Caleb Williams, and everybody, including us, in the world of Bearsdom, gets really excited about the job that he does. But even if Shane Waldron ends up being some guy that doesn't know anything, then I think that DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, Cole Kmet, and a decent offensive line gives Caleb enough to experiment and play with that he'll be just fine. But so, let's see. New poster. You mean like the I just can't stand loud radio voice where they stress every vowel like they forgot what the end of the word is. Like that kind of enunciation. The one where it's not conversational at all. I gotcha. That one. New poster, would it surprise you at all that a lot of my diction comes from life as a theater kid. I was both. Look, I played lacrosse in a football school, so it's not like it meant much. But I did a lot of theater and a lot of lacrosse, so I got the best of both worlds in the world of I guess sports and also getting better at talking. But the moment you said radio voice, I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about. my in my early days, new poster, of course they did. I didn't know how to talk, right? Now I have a vibe for what I want to hit when I'm talking in within these things. I want it to sound like I am talking to you. But early it was more like I was presenting. But so let's see. I really was an in-betweener. Ryan, my lacrosse team didn't get me, and my and the theater people didn't get me either. So I was a true tweener, which was not great socially. Like it's not a cry for me kind of thing. It's more like I was an outsider on this one and an outsider on this one too. But so, oh yeah, it takes a while, man. But so let me see. Coleman was talking about Waldron running a fair bit of split zone. Sure does look that way. And after last year, it's gonna be Grant. Why is it gonna make you want to gouge your eyes out? That I'm curious about. Uh, I'm interested in what they'll do, but mostly because at least when I'm looking at what Waldron did, it's hilarious to me how much inside zone they seem to want to run. I really don't like inside zone all that much, but what can I say? I like plays that gain a lot of yards. And inside zone is much more your, oh, let's see if we can gain 4.5 yards. And I get it. It helps you run a shotgun base offense, and it's a decent run mix up. And if the play pops, the play can really pop, and blah, 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 blah. But inside zone always makes me giggle when I think about it, because inside zones also felt to me forever like it is a matter of how good your guys are, as opposed to get everybody moving and see what happens. So hopefully we get a little more outside zone, but they do seem like they do a good amount of both. One thing I want to do, chances are I'll do this for next week, and then 2 weeks from now we'll go back to the next plan. Travis is mentioning defense. I think defense is a good one to go back at. We'll watch a game or two of the 2023 Bears defense and meter out how do we feel about them going into 24. After that, I want to do at least one stream where we go back and we watch more Waldron, because the other thing that I want to mention is when Waldron originally got hired. Am I allowed to just lay the cards on the table? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will. When Waldron originally got hired, I had to sit there and pretend that Shane Waldron had come to Chicago to probably coach Justin Fields. New poster, it's less about not a fan, and it's more about I had to talk about it through the framework of Justin Fields as the quarterback. I was sitting there watching Shane Waldron, watching Geno Smith, thinking, this looks a lot more like Caleb Williams. This looks a lot more like what they would want Caleb to do, just given some of the arm actions that Waldron had given Geno Smith the green light to throw on. I'm sure you've seen a couple of them in this tape when it was just rolling, but that's not what we got to do. We had to sit there or for the sake of it, we had to talk about how the starting quarterback was probably going to be the one who was going to get at least some of the reps, because at that time, even if the Bears drafted Caleb Williams, he was still going to have to earn his spot from Justin Fields based on the way we were still talking about it. So I would love to go back and watch more Shane Waldron tape, knowing that Caleb is the quarterback and that the Bears have the receivers that they do. So I think it changes your perspective a little bit. But I am really interested to see what happens with the DeAndre Swift. I tend to think that DeAndre Swift is an easy guy to overrate, if I could be really honest with you. Donald, and that's not me trying to, take to dunk on your birthday. It's more like, I think Swift is a fine player. I think because the Bears spent a good amount of money on him, it's easy to act like he's a really good player. And I think when he hits, he hits. He's got a lot of things that work for him when it comes to being a home run hitter, especially in an outside or inside zone setting. He's done this a lot. I think he can be an asset and a good player for Chicago. I also think he's not Saquon Barkley. And I'm glad the Bears didn't sign Saquon Barkley. I don't even know if Saquon Barkley is Saquon Barkley at this point. But it's more to say that I think we push the Swift thing too hard sometimes. Much more excited about guys like Keenan Allen than I am excited about guys like or a guy like Swift. And I would hope that we see more out of Rojo and Khalil Herbert, even though I got my doubts. I loved Rojo coming out of school. A lot of other people loved him even more. Man, goodness, guys. Watching NFL football is so wild because if a player does this in college, it's considered a phenomenal throw. Like the quickness with which Geno gets his head around, spots up the ball, and just lets this thing howl. But this is NFL football. In the NFL, if you can't make this throw, you're just not top 12. Geno Smith is convincingly somewhere between 13th to 11th, and he's still on the relatively old side. But you just have to pop this thing. And New Poster, I'm not saying that DK's not absolutely hog wild open. I'm saying as far as just pushing the ball out, what is that, 30 yards? Like, I definitely think Caleb can do this. I definitely do. It's more like there are moments watching NFL football that you'll see throws that make you remember, oh yeah, NFL is really difficult. And that's considered a layup that you got to hit when it's there. And in Chicago, we've done an awful lot of talking ourselves out of certain things being layups. I'm telling you, Grant, I don't get all the hype around Aaron Glenn. I really don't. It is wild to me. Catch you later, Travis. Talk to you soon. The center is a guy that the Bears considered, right? Is it Evan Brown? I think so. I hope so too, Grant. Right, Daniel? I'm skipping the wrong place because I don't care. I'm so sorry, guys. It's not. It's 10:30. I'm here to watch passing plays, baby. No, it's not Evan Neal. He's a tackle. I think it's Brown, right? Let's see. Maybe we just get lucky and get a good look at it, but I doubt it. I hope I didn't say Evan Neal. If I did, that'd be big silly. Like Grant, I love. In theory, Aaron Glenn's defense has some real fun to it. In practice, the amount of man they play with some of the guys that they have baffles me. And I feel like they are begging to get baked. It is just so funny, right? Because like this throw, we were talking about it in the context at the time of, oh yeah, will Justin Fields be able, will Shane Waldron get Justin Fields to just rip it? And, maybe. But truly, New Poster, like Geno Smith is your B-rate quarterback right now. Like he is your good NFL quarterback and the generic version. Rip the slant. Take it when it's there. 3rd and 1. Let's see, trip set. Routes are kind of all over the place. Can we get it there? We can. It feels to me like we should see. I mean, we should see stuff like this with Caleb, I would think. Rakestraw, Arnold, and Davis. So for me, that guy, I can't help looking at the rookie DBs, and I'm just not worried about them. Maybe later in the season, they'll finally hit their stride, and they'll be at the point where we can pay them some mind. But especially early in the season, when you may... that guy, I'm somebody that believes that we are always unilaterally too high on rookies. Maybe the top 5 position players taken in the draft can hit the ground running. maybe. Even then, sometimes that's dicey. Like, um, Aiden Hutchinson was pretty good as a rookie, but he wasn't genre defining, right? Yeah, right, Demand. But so I don't know. I feel like we do this every year where we hype up the rookies like maniacs. Even that new poster, I was really excited about what Tyreek Stevenson would be. I think there's a difference between liking the pick and expecting something. Is that a decent way to put this? Where we do it all the time where eventually I will get them out. I know they're late. Uh Eventually I will put out some kind of draft grade. And I'll talk about how much I like a lot of the different picks. And I do like the thinking on a lot of the picks. This whole class makes a lot of sense to me, including Torrey Taylor. Then people are going to say, oh, well, Robert, you had a really good draft grade on Karana Amigdali or whatever. But exactly, new poster, right? Like it totally worked, and I am very high on Stevenson, and I didn't give a damn that he was getting beat, mostly because I really tried to say almost every stream that, and I know Eric, I know we're not, but I'm more talking like when we look at rookies across the NFL, to use an example, I'm not expecting much out of Roma Dunze. Maybe him a little because he's top 10 and you kind of have to expect something. But especially once you dig into second rounders, I expect them to really start hitting their stride in their second year, right? That includes to me Rakestraw. That probably includes Terran Arnold, where I think Detroit could end up being much more of a problem next year, right? But this year, I don't think they're there yet. And next year, if I understand their contract situation correctly, all of these Detroit guys end up getting expensive. So Detroit's in sort of a devil's spot, but we'll see. Uh, but so I hear you, new poster. Don't hear it as like you've got to. I think you have to love Adunze because I do think Adunze at times feels like a jack of all trades and a master of none. His physicality is, I think, his selling point for me because he's got good feet, he's got good athleticism, but he does seem as if he's athletic and physical at the catch point and in his route stem. You're telling me, Demond. I told myself I couldn't have a third cup of coffee because that just felt ridiculous. But I think that the NFL game has a shot to fit Adunze better than the college game, where he was still really good. But the confined space of the NFL means that Adunze ability to get one step open could do a lot for you. But who knows? Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just being a homer. Always possible. I always try to take the negative things really seriously. I mean, I've ignored negatives a lot in the past, so why would I not why would I not look into all the things that I could potentially worry about when it comes to Adunze? But he doesn't really get locked up. I don't see that top end burst that I think I want to, my eyes want to, but also it doesn't look to me like he had the green light to open up the whole throttle. So if we start seeing more burst in the NFL, I'll tell you openly that I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not expecting it, but you see these moments where Adunze pops and gains 5 yards in a blink, and then it's as if he throttles down afterwards. Makes me wonder what they were teaching in the Washington offense. But I don't know. Main thing I look at is that when he's given these one-on-one shots down the field, I think he takes advantage of them. And so I see him as a guy who, sure, you could say that he'd start out as maybe more of a go up and get it style guy, but when you say, do I like Neighbors or Adunze for Chicago? I mean, I thought Neighbors was phenomenal. I really did. I mean, I believe that Neighbors and Marvin Harrison were a little more apple and orange than people wanted to admit, where you had a phenomenal Z receiver in Neighbors, you had a phenomenal X receiver in Marvin Harrison. I do think Adunze playing that X receiver spot is really, really, really valuable. Really valuable. Really valuable. But let's see, what does Adunze have that Malik or Marvin doesn't? Well, that's the problem, because Marvin has an awful lot of the same stuff that Adunze has, or when you say what doesn't he have, it's like, well, you kind of covered it with those two. where they're very different players. And because of that, you run the gamut of what a lot of receivers can do. I can't remember how Marvin did in terms of the catch point. I don't know. But I do think Odunze is really strong at the catch point. I also think Odunze is really good when it comes to separating with things like slants. Basically, the way that I would put it to you, new poster, is I think at worst, you're looking at a much better Brendan Rice. I think at best, Odunze could even improve a little bit at how he attacks everything else. But so we'll see. I would like to see him in an NFL uniform because Odunze's film is funny to me. All the stuff he does well, it's like, well, yeah, he did well. He's 6'4", 220, and playing college football. Like, he kills. Odunze keeps winning a bunch of matchups where you're like, yeah, I mean, of course he would win that matchup. He's dominating. Not to mention, the other receivers do help create a lot of space for him. But I also think that Odunze is a really strong player that, if given the chance to body up guys in the end zone or on key areas of the field, won't surprise me if he exceeds expectations. That's kind of all I'm looking at, right? It's not everything. I'm looking to get a better breakdown out at some point, but it's more to kind of meet you where you are, new poster, that both you and me obviously like guys that separate like maniacs against or with their feet. And Odunze is much less that than a little more of the Keon Coleman school of use your arms, use your body, etc., etc. I do think Odunze does it well. And not to mention, all I heard were positives about Odunze's work ethic and his character. So I think there's a piece there. Not to mention what Zoe brings up here, where you say, what if he becomes Keenan Allen with the vertical catch and traffic ability? And I'll tell you, Zoe, I don't know if there is a better player than Keenan Allen to mentor Rome Odunze, where if Odunze learns a lot of release mechanics and how to get open, so to speak, from Keenan Allen, and then takes that part of his game and adds it to a better athletic frame, I think that there's a lot of potential there. We'll see. But the other piece to me, Donald, that I'll tell you, when you mentioned the 4-3, I think you see closer to 4-5 on tape. It's not to say that it can't change. It's not to say that maybe there wasn't something in the offense where once you got to the 15, 20-yard mark, Odunze throttled down for any reason, right? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't, right? But more to say that with Odunze, I don't think you see 4-4 on his tape the same way that you see 4-4 on Lad McConkey's tape, just to pick one name, right? But it's all in the eye of the beholder. I think Brian Thomas looks faster and A.D. Mitchell looks faster than Rome Odunze did. But that's not to say that Rome can't do it. And therefore, maybe once he gets to the NFL, the Bears pull it out of him. I don't know. We can't know. There's translation to all of this. But we'll see. Joseph, I hope so. That'd be awesome. But so, and that's the thing. No bans. Like you mentioned that Rome or Hushmanzada says Rome's a 4-3-9 guy. It could have been roll. It could have been anything. That stuff can change. I would have expected a 4-3-9 guy to be able to get a step on some of these safeties in college football, as opposed to guys seeming as if they could match feet with him. But it doesn't really make a difference to me. It really doesn't. Especially because, like Zoe's saying, look, to be very frank with you guys, it's not that shocking that guys like Devontae Adams and I don't remember Fitzgerald's career trajectory. I just remember what he was at the top of his game. But so let's talk about AJ. Let's talk about Antonio Brown, AB, CTE, ESPN. Let's talk about Devontae Adams, and let's talk about mid-career Larry Fitzgerald. What did these guys win with? Technique. They won with release mastery. They won with selling routes. They won with a bunch of stuff that they learned 3 to 4 years into their football career. And I can't tell you Rome's going to be any good at this because I don't know. We don't know. It's going to depend on coaching. It's going to depend on work ethic. It's going to depend on want to. It's going to depend on getting it. A bunch of very intangible stuff. But I think if we're talking about Rome getting that much better, right? I would tell you that I think it's going to come from improving his technique and I also think so. The other thing, new poster, bringing you back in on this because I think this part's funny, right? Is the other piece to this that I don't think it's talked about enough is that as much as we could look at Roma Dunze and we could ask, okay, how good could Rome really be? I would like to posit that I don't know how much it matters because I would also look into the camera and tell you I did not think Jordy Nelson was near as good as people talked about him like he is for pretty much his whole career. That didn't matter. I don't think Julian Edelman was ever knocking on the door of the Hall of Fame, but that didn't stop us from begging the question of whether he was a Hall of Famer for an entire offseason at one point. Wes Welker was unbelievable for a while in New England. Greg Jennings didn't seem as if he exploded the way that he did in Green Bay when he played in Minnesota. Still had some moments, but it wasn't as if Greg Jennings, granted he was older, was really popping the way that he did with Rodgers. All this to say, if you haven't picked up on the obvious, if you haven't picked up on the obvious point, I guess I'm trying to make, because I picked on those intentionally, new poster. If Caleb is that dude, then Rome has to clear a certain bar of talent, and then he might just look insane. But we'll see. That's the hope, right? That's everybody in Chicago is hoping that Caleb is so good that some of the rest of it doesn't make a huge difference. But like you, we'll see. I think there's stuff to like in Rome's tape. I think it's wild how many yards the guy picked up, given that while he was the number one mouth to feed in that offense had a lot of mouths to feed. But we'll get there. I tend to think, new poster, personally, that he was. I think he is as good as people make him sound. I think the question is whether that archetype works forever, but I don't know. I mean, that's me being very upfront with you, new poster. I think that the player is as talented as everybody said that he was, but I also think it's a question of, do you need to separate more? But blah blah blah. Yeah, better than Dontrell Inman, but also I want to be able to talk about it with tape. And let's watch some 2022 first. It feels like some of this stuff just wasn't even in the other offense. Where, what is this right here? We're just going to check up on a basic curl immediately. And then we're going to come back to a slant. And we come back to the slant with plenty of time. Nice completion. This is 2022 against Washington State. I don't know anything about the results. I don't know anything about the statistics. I'm not expecting Washington State to look all that good. But moreover, to be very real with you guys, I picked a tape where I was like, I would be shocked if anybody in this chat has watched this All-22 tape. So maybe we'll find something cool. What do we got here? Is this man? I think it is. Quick screen. I don't watch this one because a lot of this, and not to mention, there's plenty of this that we would be saying all the same stuff that we're talking about. Looks like Wazoo's lining up in another man look. Man on 3rd and 4 seems like a lot against a potential Heisman winner, but hey, they got it. And Zai, you mentioned 2023 snaps, but this is 2022. Looks like they got him on an offsides. Job 4. I think Addison's 3. I can't quite remember. Yeah, I think that's him. Number 3 right there. First down. Oh. Left to right, man. Because he leaves this, a little behind? But only a little. I mean, you're certainly hoping that an NFL player comes up with this. When does he throw the ball? Gotta love that. We're loading to throw as 4 comes across the linebacker's face. Yeah, all right. Boom. I am new poster. Goodness. Let's run some stuff that we can actually run. Also appreciate, look at this. All right, so this is simple. But so Caleb snaps his head. It looks like he pushes his head over here because he just had that ball get tipped a little while ago. Like, I think we saw this, but earlier I skipped over a Caleb play where on an offsides he got batted at the line of scrimmage. So it looks to me like he is eyes over towards where the receiver is breaking because I think he's trying to bait 51 to getting out of the throwing lane. Because then, as 51 gets out of the way, he earholes where he would have been. That ball's right on the chest. Goodness. I mean, I guess you could say it's a little behind, but that's nice. That's a nice play. Second and 10. What do we got here? Is this a screen? Because 4 gets out there. Yeah, it looks like it's a screen. 4 gets out there immediately. That's the thing, new poster. Like, I don't want to be the guy at any point who hates on everybody's new favorite toy, but Rome loses his footing a lot. Like, Rome's ability to stop is really inconsistent, which does not mean I hate him. It just means sometimes he drops his hips and looks really good doing it. Other times, he doesn't. It's hard to do that at 6'4", 220. I get it. He's not Javon Baker. And I mean, he's not, what, 3 inches shorter and 25 pounds lighter? That stuff makes a difference. I know, Donald. It's more to the other part of this, Donald, that I think is hard to talk about is the difference between my expectations from an X receiver and a Z or a flanker. Because his ability to stop and separate, look, I think it's pretty good for his size, but that for his size is a huge asterisk that's doing a lot of work because a lot of these X receivers, I don't want to say can barely move, but no, I'm picking Javon Baker, the draft guy that a whole lot of people loved a lot. But that's the other piece is I also think his athleticism is better. I don't know. I think so. This might be me headcanoning a lot, new poster, but the more of Rome's tape I watch, the more I'm wondering whether that punctured lung took a piece out of his athleticism that we don't get back. I may need to go watch some 2022 to really get a better understanding. I've watched 4 games, and they came from scattered parts throughout the Washington season. And knowing that he played through a punctured lung just has made me ask, is there more in there for if he wasn't playing through injury? But I don't know. I mean, I can't tell if I wouldn't be asking this question had the Bears not drafted him. Because I'll be real with you guys. I didn't fully evaluate Odunze because I didn't think there was a point in doing it. I mean, I liked Odunze, don't get me wrong, but I thought I got to the point in my evaluation where I said it would be stupid if he fell to 9. The league's going to take him at 8. But I don't know. Let's see. And that's the other piece. Let's see. Mario, at the end of the day, I don't think anyone, regardless of position, would have had an 100% approval rate. For sure. For sure. But we'll see. I thought so, Donald. I need to watch this game against Michigan at some point. But I'm just so stoked we have Caleb Williams. I mean, like, I sound like such a goober fan, I guess, but I can't help but look at, oh my goodness, come on. It's just the throwing ability on this one. Is it even that crazy a read? He just buys time. And look at this. He just freezes him. Like, the safety freezes because he's having to pay attention to Addison while Caleb just extends, flicks the ball down the field, on the line, into the end zone. Okay. I hope we see some of this in his rookie season. You would hope, right? Just because the Bears have the weapons. And plus, I love the pocket ability right here, where you go from his depth at this spot, move up a little, get out of pressure. You've got a free rusher on you. Don't panic. Ball down the field. Touchdown. Come on. Like you were saying, like somebody was mentioning, they didn't watch 2022 because they didn't want to get too hyped up. Boom. Michael, it is wild to me. It is wild to me when I'm watching Caleb Williams. You mentioned smooth, at how naturally he generates the velocity that he does. I mean, it's an easy thing to say, but oh my goodness, holy smokes. Did we see this? What? Oh my gosh. Oh my, look at the layer. Look at the layer. Okay, in case I haven't described this well enough, Caleb's going to put this over the linebacker, drop it into the bucket between what is ultimately 3 defenders. And it's easy. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is the plays within structure stuff that I think people needed to see more of, cuz to me this is a very NFL throw. Like, this is getting up and down into a pocket. There are throws Fields made last year that are drastically less open than this is, in my opinion. Boom. It's so Zoe and everybody else. First of all, I think Mario said this really well, where, hey, at the end of the day, we're all Bears fans, and the moment that we do this thing where we basically throw our draft opinion at somebody that disagrees with us, hey, I'm guilty of it too. I just did this a moment ago, where we basically try to get people to knuckle under. We might be missing the point. It's okay to disagree. Also, Zoe, I think it's okay for us to say that there are a lot of people in, I'm one of them, where I don't love watching the Allen Robinsons in college, right? It's the Keon Coleman thing. A lot of people don't like Keon Coleman because he doesn't separate enough for them. And Rome does not explosively separate the way that a guy like Lad McConkey does. I mean, I think it's clear, right? Not that doesn't make one better than the other. It's more to say that when you're watching college football and you see somebody with feet like Lad McConkey, you go, how could this possibly never work? Right? How could this possibly not work? But the other piece to this is that then you go and you watch some of these players in the NFL, and some of the speed guys don't work because they can't handle the corners that are able to get physical with them before they reach the top of the route. And in Odunze's case, I do think that there are a lot of pieces where where he's going to look lesser than some receivers that I don't know if they have the physicality to play the position the way that Odunze is going to be able to naturally play the position in a year's time or something like that. But that's me trying to stretch the whole thing out, right? Where Odunze's game may translate to where Rome will look like Rome Odunze at the next level. Whereas there are going to be some players that might not be able to play that well at the next level because of the lack of physicality that they showed in college that nobody tested them on, because 85% of corners that you play aren't even going to get drafted. But it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. We'll see. Like you're saying, new poster, when it comes to Caleb Williams, it's going to be a matter of what are his progressions, how well does he go through them, how well does he adapt off of an air raid system, and the part that has me is excited is that if the worst you get is a Kyler Murray type, then so be it. You probably got a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Hopefully, he's even better than that. Hopefully. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was an air raid guy once. But my hope would be that you get to the point with Caleb Williams where you look, I'm going to be so honest, man. I'm going to be so honest. The funniest part about a lot of this is that I'm so down bad for a decent Bears quarterback that if Caleb comes in and he ends up being Jordan Love level, where Green Bay fans talk about him the same way that Donald Gooch is talking about Jordan Love, I'll live with it. I'm fine. I'm fine. Caleb comes in, becomes a perennial 42, 4,400 yard quarterback, and he's overrated according to the rest of the division. Whatever. I'll live with it. Hope he's better than that. Hope we see everything we see on tape plus more. But if he is Kyler Murray but different, fine. Sure. I've dealt with enough for long enough that if we can get there, we'll be okay. Especially because I will say the Lincoln Riley quarterbacks, generally speaking, have been all right when it comes to the NFL. We haven't seen them pop the top off the ceiling yet, but we've seen a lot of pretty good readers of the field. Well, I guess it depends. Oh, maybe we put a little more air onto this. That's fine. That one I think is more of a miss. When it comes to what Zoe was talking about with deep ball accuracy, well, I think he just pulled out the wrong club there. But here we go. This I'm hoping we see more of in Chicago. This is what New Poster was just talking about. Basic blitz beater. USC is able to get out and block, and I think they should pick up a first down, at least pretty easily. But I don't know. And like you're mentioning, Rob, that's what I think is so funny, right? Because like you're talking about, I think Keon Coleman's a really fun receiver. When people talked about him being in the slot, I think that the slot fits really well for Coleman. I think he can handle X, but a lot of people don't. Or like a lot of people seem to disagree with me, or at least they see Keon as somebody that can play in the slot better than he can play out wide. And then an NFL team comes in and says he's going to be an outside receiver for us. Who's right? We'll see. But isn't it funny how sometimes it works that way? I think it is. And it's also, New Poster, just to point out what you're saying, one of my favorite minds within football is so high on Brian Thomas. And he liked Adunze better than Thomas because he thinks Thomas is special, but he thought Thomas was a top 10 player in the class if you take quarterbacks out. So he's right there with you on Thomas's explosive capabilities if he brings a quality work ethic to the next level and improves his technique. It is so funny how so much of this is a matter of what information do we have at our fingertips right now and what don't we? Because if you don't know, you don't know. To use an example, does it matter that Rome seems like good guy Rome in his interviews? I do not know. You tell me. I mean, one thing I'll tell you is, or one thing I do know is that work ethic matters. I mean, it's not often, right? Do we all feel this way? I do. It's not often you read an article about stuff like Darnell Mooney wiring the cadence into his iPod speaker so that he can break the huddle, go out to his mark, and run routes, right? Like, you hear about some of the work ethic stuff from rookie Darnell Mooney, and it's not shocking. He ended up being the wide receiver 2 for Chicago in his rookie season, even as a 5th-round pick. Work ethic gets you far. I mean, when you're able to do the work smarter, not harder, but you still work pretty hard, you can get a lot better, right? But so with Rome, it's Spectre. I'm talking about, like, specifically when I talk about Rome, I'm not talking good guy Rome like he can't trash talk. I'm saying Rome seems like somebody who takes his craft really seriously. Do we know that AD Mitchell does? I have no idea. I'm using him because there's a bunch of rumors about him. I have no idea. But exactly like you're saying, New Poster, it can't factor much into your evaluation because you don't know. I don't know. But it just makes for funky draft season things now where we end up looking at some of this stuff and you can come away with a totally different eval than most everybody else is. But it's partially because we don't have the whole picture. We have no idea what the whole picture is. And JK, exactly, right? The other thing that I look at with Rome Odunze is I sit here and see Rome but anyways, exactly, new. We're here to have opinions and takes. Oh man, does this feel familiar? This play call would get Shane Waldron killed. 3rd and 1, they go with the sweep. Wazoo gets a guy up the field, blows him up at the line. Whenever this doesn't work, people freak out. Oh my gosh. Man, this is a great primer where you will have somebody saying, "What's this tight end doing? Why isn't the tight end supposed to down block the guy that's on the line of scrimmage?" And honestly, like I might think about it, but if he doesn't bite the fake, you're toast. That's short yardage for you. Shoot, they're losing. It's 14-10. Did I pick a close game? Think it could be a blowout? Maybe. Maybe. What? Oh. I love the space we generate. Is that Addison? He doesn't really separate, but I appreciate attacking downfield. I also think the throw, I mean, it's off, right? But that's fine. Pure strength rate. Okay, so Zariah, I don't know how to answer that question. I got to tell you. Mostly because, to me, when it comes to Caleb Williams, what is always surprising is that, let's say that strength in a quarterback, strength in a quarterback is somehow we're going to vary it off of feet planted and then no platform. And what happens, right? And most quarterbacks, like, they start with a nice thick thing, and as they get closer and closer to no platform, their strength varies or it drops, right? In Josh Allen's case, where, oh, by the way, we're going to say that normally this number is like 80, normally this number is like 40. I don't know. Stoked about it, WFM. It's both. It's the Stars and the Mavs, which is wild. But so in Josh Allen's case, let's go Josh Allen, and then let's go Caleb Williams. Josh Allen's full power. So like planted feet, rip the arm back, blow it through is going to be darn close to like I'm going to list it at 98 because I don't like using 100, but you get the picture, right? Josh Allen, when he's throwing with no platform, still pretty powerful, but I'd list it at a little closer to like, I don't know, a 60 in Josh's case, because I think he can do a lot with no platform, but he's not what I think Caleb is, which is like a 72. Whereas at full power, I think Caleb's closer to like, I don't know, a 90 or something. But we're talking power, Brandon, for what it's worth. I think when Caleb steps in and rips it, his fastball is fast, right? But you could put it anywhere between 92 and maybe you could drop it all the way down to 87. If I said the basic is 80, any of these work for me, right? But to me, the real magic to his arm talent, when you hear arm talent, is Caleb's ability to get some zip on seemingly any football he throws and be able to throw it from seemingly anywhere. There are areas where Josh Allen can get no power on the football, where Caleb can get some power on the football. And that to me is part of what makes, in my opinion, Zoe, Caleb's strength hard to measure. Because a lot of people talk straight fastball. One of the best straight fastball throwers, come on, it's becoming a channel meme at this point, is Derek Carr. Where when Derek rips the football, and he'll do it like 5 times a season, holy smokes, he has a gun. Jared Goff has a gun. Obviously, we know about Patrick Mahomes, like Herbert, etc. But to me, it's Caleb's ability to do the Jeter thing and just hard whip the football from God knows anywhere that really separates him from an arm talent perspective, in my opinion. I think, Donald, it's funny because I hear all kinds of people talking about the Bears and Hard Knocks, and I'm like, yeah, it'd be crazy to me if the Bears weren't on Hard Knocks, right? Like, it's obvious. It's the there's not many times I get to say this and mean it. The Bears are the coolest training camp story in football. Find me a more interesting training camp than the Chicago Bears training camp right now. You got Keenan Allen, you've got Caleb Williams, you've got Roma Dunze, you've got Giga Chad Eberflus. Like, as funny as it sounds, yeah, you just traded Fields. There's all kinds of things when it comes to Hard Knocks in particular, where the Bears are just the choice. It's just a matter of whether they'll do it. Also, when we were talking about dropping the ball in the numbers, this is exactly the kind of throw I'm talking about. It's the kind of play I'm talking about. Look at 81, fight for position on the numbers. Throw ends up a little on the outside, but you're just you're leaving the ball out there and letting your guy go get it. He doesn't get it in this case, but I mean, it's fine. These kinds of go balls and paint it, you're giving him a chance. Maybe you could leave it a little shorter, but I don't know. So I'll tell you with an open mind, I don't think I care. Because a lot of people have asked. They're like, Robert, do you want the Bears on Hard Knocks? And I'm like, well, I don't want the team to be distracted. But also, if you're about to tell me that they're going to do a bunch of filming for training camp, I'm not going to get upset about it. So that's exactly it, right? I'll watch every episode. I don't care. But also, if you told me that they get better without it or something, like, I don't know. I'm fine. JK, do you actually think this? Or, like, has this actually gotten said? Has it? I wonder if Caleb's wants Rice on that one. Is that okay? Hang on, JK. Are you talking about the X Scout? I think you're talking about. Yeah, you are. That one. Honestly, Donald, I think I'm hoping that Drake May manages to sit for a season just because the Patriots look that awful. But I don't know. If you told me it's May, I get it. I just think May's in a really tough spot. Let's see. I think we can move through this a little sooner. No, Eric, it's first round mock. It feels to me like Caleb got quicker with a lot of these between 22 and 23, just using using this as one example. So, very thin example at that. But it feels like Caleb got faster with his eyes 23 to 24 or 22 to 23. Hopefully that improves even further 23 to 24, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Bears are just going to try to take some of the processing load off of Caleb and flip it to talent. Because if you can just ask Keenan Allen to go get open for you, you don't have to process nothing. Got a blitz. Did we see it? Sort of. We just go be an athlete. Let's see. Caleb looks at the screen, doesn't love it, comes back to 4. It's covered, gets out, says, I'm going to run with the screen blocking. You can't tell me what to do. Picks up like 9 yards. I'll tell you what's funny, Donald. And I don't want to spiel. I'm a guy on the internet, right? A lot of us are guys on the internet, I guess. But I think one of the funny parts about being on the internet is, new poster, his acceleration is chef's kiss. Is Donald, you are as good as your credibility is, unfortunately. It's wild, right? Because it does feel like First Round Mock was trying to use his position consistently as reasons for why his opinion was what it was. And it's just, as somebody else who had to build a brand online, I guess, it's so funny because I don't have any scouting training. All I have is my record. It is decent lines of logic and trying to be more right than I am wrong. And even when I am wrong, both owning it and figuring it out why. I mean, I get that everybody says he's an engagement farmer, and I'm sure he is, at least to some extent. But if he is, I don't think he's that good at it, just because he was so far off. Like, Chris Sims is a much better engagement farmer, even if you wanted to say that. But I think Chris really means it too. It's complicated. There's a lot less engagement farmers out there in terms of true engagement farming than meet the eye. There's a lot more just bad opinions. But it was wild just seeing that, where quickly I started to realize, like, oh, this is not helpful at all, which is a bummer. Yeah, I think, JK, that Chris really just means his opinions. I mean, I think he's just got his guys. And honestly, I frankly wish we didn't hate on him as much, which maybe there's going to be somebody out there that's going to disagree, be like, no, Chris Sims is a shock jock. And I'm like, I mean, at least he's watching some tape and like has a take, which I get it. There's going to be plenty of times where people are going to look at the Kellen Mond thing and they're going to say, oh, that's just ridiculous. It can be, for sure. I don't think so, new poster. I don't. Especially because I don't think you're saying Odunze is bad by any stretch. The other funny thing to me, new poster, is like, okay, so here's another problem, right? New poster, I'm sure you've heard this before. Plenty of people come out and they'll say, oh, he's just like Davante Adams. It's okay. So this is not about Odunze. This is not about Odunze. Just want to warn everybody. Davante Adams, Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel. When I hear guys get compared to these three, that is not usually good. Not because they're not great players, but because Deebo was a second rounder, and there's only one of him, and everybody misunderstands who he is. When somebody gets comped to Deebo, I'm looking at you, Laviska Shenault. People forget that Deebo's actually quite a good route runner. He's a very explosive athlete. And a lot of these guys that get comped to Deebo are just guys that are good at yak, right? And that's what I'm saying, Donald. Like, Davante Adams and Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is he's sort of a knuckleball, if you will, of a big player that just didn't fit in a lot of models and still might not if he was playing with anybody other than McVay. We don't totally know. I think he's a very good player, but is he McVay guy? Like in plenty of cases? Good question. I like the great receiver that we've seen. And then Davante Adams. Davante Adams is a phenomenal technician who did not blossom until year 3, year 4 within the NFL. So when people comp somebody to Davante Adams, it's as if, to me, Donald, they're saying, well, he's big and he moves pretty well, and if he learns technique, he'll be a nightmare. Yeah, you could say if he learns technique, but a lot of players. If Anthony Miller had Darnell Mooney's work ethic, he'd have been Antonio Brown, but he didn't. So he ends up out of the league in 5, 6 years. And so it's so funny talking about some of these draft comps because when I hear Larry Fitzgerald, Larry's amazing. Larry's a lot of things. Comping somebody to Larry also implies that they're going to be relatively healthy, that they're going to just eat their craft up, and so many other pieces that we'll see. It's a big thing to say. So I love Adunze. I really do. I mean, I think that he's I think that he's an exciting pick. That if you told me that the number one thing about Adunze was that they got Caleb excited, I would tell you it was already good because all I really want is to develop Caleb Williams. Like to 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 juxtapose what I'm saying with you, new poster, you're talking about is the value for Adunze good enough at 9? I would look you in the eyes and say it got Caleb excited, and that's it for me. Beyond that, I also think he's a pretty solid player at the absolute minimum, and that's plenty, in my opinion. Where I look personally at Adunze and I say if he's even better than that, great. If all he does is get Caleb Williams really amped up as a rookie and Caleb makes him whatever he will become down the road, and we say, I don't know if Adunze is that good, but man, Caleb makes it sing. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Because to me, it's all about Caleb Williams. And that pick was plenty good enough. Not to mention, it doesn't help anything that a lot of the defensive options just weren't there at that point. But like you're saying, I mean, I thought Anthony Miller was a whole dog. It's more, I'm using him to talk about how talent just isn't everything. I mean, not to use the old high school adage, like, what is it? Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Like, the best in the NFL are the talented guys who also work hard and catch a bunch of breaks and stay healthy. It's a gauntlet, but it's a gauntlet we love. Oh, shoot, is that a free runner and they just come for us? What you got, Caleb? It's a blitz. This is our Minnesota moment. Look at this, guys. Minnesota, like, okay, so what is this? Bears in empty against Minnesota. Man coverage across the board. Cover 0. Snap. Get out. Flick it. What's the flag? What they call defensive hold? Or are they calling a pick play? They called a pick play, Donald. JK, that was wild looking back. Like the Hail Mary at the 1 and the Bears get Friday Night Lights to the movie. Ooh. Now there's a fastball. Caleb says, I'm going to fit this in because I feel like it. In the NFL, it actually wouldn't shock me if a ball like this might get caught. But in college, you're going to blow off a guy's gloves this way and maybe get somebody hurt. JK, Anthony Miller he had moves against man coverage. That guy could play. Okay, so this throw is something that I absolutely love that Caleb Williams is willing to make. And he's made it every year that I've watched him. Just the one-on-one in coverage jump ball, right? Because a lot can go right for the offense when you throw these. Honestly, new poster, I thought he had moves, especially because it seemed like he could drop his hips and accelerate the other way. So on things like whip routes, he would just torch the Lions. But That was what I saw. Bradley, exactly. Oh, he's out of the game? Well, who's in? I'm sure this is just catching and turning, but the body language on this is hilarious. 26 looks like the ball hit him and like jumped on him. Oh man, look at this. You want to talk about feeling it? Throw is out before the guy before the guy stops to break, and it hits him in the face. I know it's just a what is this? I know this is just a 2022 curl route at the 5-yard mark. But to me, you see it. Ugh. Sorry for the yawn. To me, seeing it at all is something that makes me say to myself, if you give Caleb an offense where there's a little more structure and he's a little more confident in where guys are going to be, it wouldn't surprise me if Caleb can more consistently do stuff like this. Like the anticipation seems like it's as much, especially in 2023, a product of the offense was a mess as it was anything else. But I don't know. I guess I can't say that for sure. Khalid, it was a lot. Not that we wanted to think about it all that hard. Get out. Good job. Man. Okay, so new poster and Donald. It's 11:30. It's late enough in the stream. Here's your trigger warning if talking about the Bears former quarterback is going to upset you. Not because I'm going to torch him, but because I've kind of talked about this before in moments where I've gotten frustrated. I could be open about that, where at some point somebody's said something that just set me off and I got really tilted and started yelling, basically, in my monotone voice late at night. But Donald, there are a bunch of, if you think about it, things that happened during the Fields era that if they happened to the Lions quarterback at the time, we would have just lampooned the guy. I mean, I can't say that it's, I don't know, everything because it's not, right? But the interceptions off of helmets, the seeming ability to not go a week without bouncing the football off of a lineman's face, the late game interceptions, the like obviously the fumbles, the turnovers, the fact that the Vikings game almost imploded around Fields, in part because he fumbled out of absolutely nowhere and then followed it up with another fumble. The Arizona interception we had last year, where in the middle of a game that the Bears couldn't possibly lose, they almost lost, in part because a touchdown turned into a pick because we underthrew the ball by like 5 yards. I mean, it's not as if I'm trying to just crush Fields. We were all there. We know he got hosed, especially in the early part of his development. But it was wild to me with some of the what the frick am I looking at kinds of moments where I wouldn't have an explanation for some of the stuff I was seeing. He bounced the ball off somebody's face in week 1 of 2023. Like it didn't end. He didn't leave the headshot in 2022. It's the kind of thing that, again, if this was if JJ McCarthy did some of the things Fields did, I would cackle on stream. And I know you guys would too. That was part of what made this thing so weird to follow. It was part of why I actually struggled to believe how hard everybody continued to defend him as things started to fall apart, like in 2023. Because 2022 was all about promise. It was all about what can he do? Where might this go? And in 2023, it was a little bit more results focused. At least I know I was results focused. And when it became clear early that there were things that we were not good at and we were just not good at them and we were going to have to avoid it. It was wild. And like you're saying, New Poster, I mean, it definitely felt like spatial awareness wasn't totally there. It also felt as if New Poster, he didn't have the ability to vary his arm in terms of where the ball came out in his release. It sure seems to me that he had his. So I compare him to a third baseman a lot, New Poster, where he had the ability to throw the intermediate ball and to throw the deep ball. And when it came to the short ball, I think he sidearmed it. I think his natural short ball was a sidearm. And that gave him major issues because that sidearm ball seemed to come out a good foot lower than his intermediate ball. And he couldn't get it through the line. And I mean, just saying, New Poster, the funny part is in Fields' college tape, he wasn't good at throwing the short stuff either. I just ignored it. I said, who's not good at throwing the short stuff? That's in my notes somewhere. Is okay, who's not good at throwing the short stuff? But bleh. Like, let me see. Bradley, that was awful. I'm talking about the second one. But like, then you get to the part where Field takes sacks after sacks after sacks after sacks, which I get it. We had reasons for many of them. No, nobody was open, but the rest of the NFL fan base, especially divisional people, they're just not going to be that kind. We won't be that kind to McCarthy. Will you? Let me ask you this. JJ McCarthy throws 3 picks in his third game as a Viking. Do you care that nobody was open on 2 of them? And then on one of them, that the right guard got smoked immediately and JJ was just pushing the ball out? Are you going to care? I doubt it. Just being real, right? Where we aren't kind to other fan bases, but we ask that people be all contextual when it comes to ours. And that, to me, is part of what made some of the Field stuff kind of crazy. Where there were some things that were happening that the longer they went on, the more I kept looking at a high level and being like, what on earth? But that's fair, Zaraj, where if you're just laughing, you'll just laugh. If you actually want an opinion, you'll lock in. I got you. I think that's probably smart. But so let's see. JK, that's so sad. But let me see. Brandon, which one was the cherry on top? Tampa? Gosh, that was terrible. Do y'all think ever about how the Bears could have easily won that Tampa game? Like, I think about that one. To me, if you go back and you watch that tape, it is disturbing how winnable that game was. Disturbing. I mean, truly, guys were wide open. They really were. Even when they finally scored with the Claypool drive at the end, it was just like, what on earth? They finally walked right on down the field and scored, and then they had a drive to win it. And it's funny, Donald, you have to remember, not that I'm going to make any claims about things I don't know, because I wasn't in the room, Donald, but you have to remember that you set up an offense to work a certain way for an entire offseason. And then you showed up on 2 back-to-back Sundays and nothing worked. I'm not trying to tell you that calling the same screen twice is a good play call idea, but also spamming the play that works is something that plenty of people do when it works. And then obviously it doesn't work here. Obviously. But I don't know. I will tell you, Donald, I felt for Getsy at the end of the Tampa game. Because watching the tape, I thought it was one of the more ghastly examples of bad quarterback play. Like, pretty indefensibly bad. The only defense that I think even a quarterback's coach, like even a guy actively caping for his guy, would give you in that game is it's a bad game. Everybody gets a bad game now and again. And it was a bad game. You know, it's funny because I don't totally care about the pick six pass. To be honest with you, I'm fuming about all the drives before it, where it was just a horrible football game. But yeah, that too. If we're talking about some of them, but like it was, yeah, right, Bradley. I mean, it's wild to me, Bradley, when you look back, because suddenly Flus is out here saying that his quarterback is a 1+1 = 3 guy. And Flus sounds so complimentary. And I'm so interested. I'm so interested to see what happens from here. Because Flus sounds like he's throwing his weight behind the guy, which I guess he kind of has to. But there are a bunch of people. There are a bunch of questions that I remember you guys would ask me during the season last year, which I can't say that I'm some guy with literally all the answers. It ain't that simple. I'm somebody with an opinion who's watching the tape along with you guys. But we talk about the screen stuff, and it was always hard for the Bears to get screens out because if you were going to get the screen out, Justin had to throw the ball, and he was probably going to get it out about a half second to a 3/4 second late compared to a lot of other quarterbacks in the NFL. He's going to need to he's going to need to get the laces. We stopped talking about it. It never changed. Fields really didn't throw without the laces. I just stopped bringing it up because it would sound like I was nitpicking, right? So Fields was going to need to get the laces. Then he was going to need to wind up fully and then throw the ball out wide. And at that point, if somehow you kept your blocks, yeah, you were going to get 10 yards. And if you didn't, then you were going to have somebody who's had to break a tackle at the line of scrimmage. And it didn't help anything that a lot of the Bears receivers couldn't block in the first place. So you end up with Darnell Mooney. And Tyler Scott trying to take some heat off of DJ Moore in one of the more obvious screens possible. It's a mess. But let's see. I think Hurts is better than Fields, mostly because I think Hurts triggers faster. I feel like Hurts understands that he has a longer release. It's not sluggishly long, but I think he's got a longer release, and I also think he anticipates better. Like in the simplest form I could say it, I think Hurts is a self-aware version of Justin Fields, whereas I think Fields is somebody who doesn't like. I truly couldn't tell you if Fields sees the field or not. You remember that horrible, scathing quote from the Ty Dunn article where somebody talked about how Fields looks at the defense, but he doesn't see anything? I can tell you that one has been rattling around in my brain since I read it because there are so many moments I remember talking with you guys saying, he's looking at the open man. Why aren't we throwing it? We said that in 22. We said that in 23. In 22, we said it a little less frustrated. We said, well, he'll see it soon. But in 23, it was like, what are we looking at? Whereas I think Hurts doesn't do that as often. At least not the total fooled you moments. And I also think that when Hurts is confused, he just puts the ball up to A.J. Brown. So I think the Eagles did a good job of grabbing a player that can cover where Hurts struggles a lot. But I don't know. I mean, that's the other thing, JK. Then Tyson comes in, and all Tyson does is kick the ball to his teammates and basically ask his teammates to win the game for him. And his teammates did twice. But I do think Tyson had his problems. That Carolina game was terrible. Like, same knife I'm going to cut Fields with. That Tyson Bagent Carolina game, he is so lucky he won that. He is so lucky he won that. I thought Tyson played a really bad game. His anticipation turned into being tardy. His confidence seemed like it was gone after a couple of those. Like, I love Tyson as a backup. I think as a UDFA find, he's incredibly fun, but he got popped by the Panthers. He kind of popped himself. Like, being serious, I thought Tyson Bagent played like a rookie that was surprised he was starting and was freaked out after throwing a couple interceptions against the Chargers and a bunch of interceptions against the Saints. But so, exactly, totally snake bit after all those picks, Eric. I'm completely with you. I will tell you, in Chicago, we will be. I am so excited, y'all. Y'all, I don't think you know how excited I am to watch Tyson Bagent in the 2024 preseason. Like, I am dying to know if he got better. How sick in the head am I? I am dying to know. He started 4 games. He spent the whole year on the active roster. He had to have gotten better. Like, I'm so excited to watch Tyson get legit reps in the 24 preseason because I'm so curious to see if to see if he got a little better. And if he ends up looking like Jimmy G good. But so anyways, it's so funny, JK, right? Because here's the other thing. All right, I have one thing we got to go through, Chicago Fanatic, and then we'll get back to the tape. Damo, I'll give you a very quick answer. This isn't the one thing where you mentioned preseason takes that stayed correct. That's the hardest thing about the preseason. You go through, you watch guys like Jatiri Carter, and you go, man, they're playing great football right now during the preseason. And then they get to the real season. Turns out Vita Vea is a league of his own. And you just get this every year where what does it mean that you're good against backups? Nothing in many cases because the starters are just so much better. I want to talk a little about the, let me see. Oh, I just saw this. JK mentions, I'm begging you, no 200 rule BS. This is something nobody wants to think about. Okay? I want you guys to sit back in your chair. I want you to, what is it? I'm about to tell you something, reframe something that maybe we all need to hear. Okay? Because I don't know. There is no guarantee that Matt Eberflus thought Fields was good in 2023. Now, I'm not about to tell you anything that I know, because I don't, right? I don't know anything. But one of our big complaints for a very long while was, why are the Bears so conservative? And then we get to the end of the season, and it turns out that every time they put the ball in Fields' hands, late in fourth quarter scenarios, he turns it over. And it makes me wonder whether or not in camp, when Fields was throwing an interception once a practice and holding on to the ball too long in 7-on-7, the Bears, especially their head coach, got to a point where he simply didn't trust Fields to hold on to any lead. And the question I would ask you is, now knowing what you know, do you disagree with his reasoning? Because JK mentions the 200 club, but the 200 club might have been just for Fields. For Caleb, he may take that off because he may think Caleb can handle the responsibility that comes with playmaking. Whereas with Fields, he may have seen Fields unleashed as a net problem and may have been telling Fields, without telling Fields, don't do stupid things. Don't lose the game for us. if you lose the game for us, don't lose the game for us. But like you're saying, Demo, 200, you took the words out of my mouth. That 200 Club was basically telling Fields to be the game manager. The question is whether or not the question is whether or not we're going to look back in 4 years and say Flus was accurately assessing and evaluating the players on his roster, or whether Flus was, a Cremageddon old coach that doesn't understand the modern game. Because we definitely said the latter a lot. But we like Fields. Of course we're going to defend the guy. We did the same with Trubisky in 2019, parts of it, but definitely in 2018, right? Like you're saying, New Poster, I wonder when it happened, where it happened, etc. I also wouldn't be total. you want Fields to say baller mode, or Flus to say baller mode. Okay, that's hilarious. I'm cry now. I'm just envisioning. Hey, yeah, or what would it be? It'd be like, yeah, Matt, this is I can't do a decent Adam Johns impression, but like, hey, Matt, how you doing? Adam Johns here. So on that third down, take us through what you talked about with Caleb Williams beforehand. We saw the meeting on the sidelines. What'd you talk about before the big third down that ultimately led you to win the game? And then Flus leans into the microphone and he says, well, I basically told him to go into baller mode. I can't even get this out. I can't even get this out. Like, I'm just envisioning Matt Eberflus looks looks Adam Johns in the eyes and said, I told him go baller mode if you need to. Like, I want to hear this 55-year-old man say those words. You're not kidding. That would be so funny. But we'll get there. Lock in. It's exactly right. What do we got? 34 seconds. Oh, what are we trying here? Oh my gosh. Was that the Carolina game? Or was that Washington? Q, do you remember? Let's see. Carolina. I thought it was. It is a goated interview from Flus. I think it's so funny. Looking back, I hope we end up liking Flus. I mean, that's obvious, right? Because I've heard all kinds of people. I think Zoe mentioned it at one point, talking about like what happens when we move on from Flus. I struggle. I really struggle, guys, to come up with a scenario where Flus gets fired anytime soon, and it's a good thing. Oh, we can get this ball up a little bit. Good rip to an open man. Found the spot in the zone. Ball just dies on us. But, let's see. Like, I think Flus not only has 2 years minimum, but, and I get that. I really do. Let's see. What is this? Next quarter? Yeah. I completely get the idea that if your head coach is a DC, then you're constantly churning your OC. I'll also tell you that I don't think Brian Daboll to Ken Dorsey. I don't think Brian Daboll to Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady mattered at all. Now, that may matter over time, right? But it sure seems as if when you have a really good quarterback and you change your OC and the quarterback comes in and says, this is what we do. Then the OC goes, cool. I may change some things in the run game, but that's about it. And like you're saying, Zoe, it's really bad if Flus gets fired early. Now, hey, in 4 years, if Flus gets fired and the Bears hire their equivalent of a Zach Taylor, okay, maybe this thing ran its course. Maybe we're frustrated because of poor playoff performances or something like that. Problems I'd love to have, right? But in the early goings, like in the next 2 years, Flus is the dude. Like we're riding with Flus, we're dying with Flus. So at least we get Giga Flus to do it with. I I want to see a bare knuckle boxing match between Matt LaFleur and Matt Eberflus. And the one that loses has to shave their goatee for the rest of their life, is where I'm at. But instead, we don't get that. But Mario, maybe this is where I'm looking at offensive efficiency numbers and not at how they played the game. But I couldn't tell you. Everything I knew about Bills football came from what people told me, to be honest with you. It would be, wouldn't it, Michael? Let's see. LaFleur looks like he weighs 90 pounds sopping wet. LaFleur doesn't look like he is much of a fighter. Let's see. Flus Washington is going to be a bad defense. I don't know about bad, but that's the thing. I should clarify, Zoe. I think that the main thing that helped Allen is that they had 3 years to figure out what their offense was. And I don't know if the Bears are going to get that with Shane Walter. I really don't. Holy smokes. The offensive line just smoked. Okay, this is cool. I don't know what he's going to do with it. It may be. Oh, shoot. Okay, he found a play. Look at this. Here's what I'm into. So Caleb throws the play action fake, but he sees that his offensive line handled business. One thing that I think has been really cool to watch with Caleb is generally Caleb has a very accurate pressure sense. I mean, this actually has just flat surprised me. Caleb doesn't flee a clean pocket, even if it's dirty clean. Like, even if it's clean, 62's right there, but 62's right there, but we're not in a threat at this point. Our guy trips. Let's see. Jordan Addison just eats it. Then Caleb's got plenty of time, so he's going to back up to create space. And at that point, he can see any free rusher that's coming. Ultimately finds his guy coming across the field. I'm really curious to see if we see some of this in Chicago. It wouldn't surprise me if we do. Did he drop this? Two didn't catch that? Okay. Make a play, my guy. And I don't know how well, like, I'm curious to see the plays where this thing kicks in, but it seems as if it's consistent that when a big block like that comes down, like, look at this. So Zero's coming down the pipe, and Caleb looks like he's ready for it because he breaks, what is this? Like, he breaks right to left at the moment that the free runner would have reached him. But then he clearly realizes that everybody's blocked. So he stays in the pocket, sees Zero getting up, creates space. Sets up what should be a huge first down. It's not caught. It is what it is. But that's the stuff that naturally I don't know if you can take out of Caleb's game. I really don't. Because I feel like it is just part of how he plays football. Mario out here talking about specimens again. Gross. What do we got? Another man defense? Think so. Yeah, it looks very man. Third and short. Oh, he got hit. Why is this our man call? I wonder what Caleb's looking for. Maybe he thinks 4 is going to win. Probably thinks a blitz is coming. He's right. Yeah, I'd love to see what Caleb thought there. Working this top side seems to me like it would have been a better option. Not that anybody's open. He loses. And this whip route gets covered up pretty well. But working the curl and the fade against man also seems like it's dicey. So, whatever. So, I absolutely love the branding around Gardner Minshew and the little boy. Like, I think it's so funny. That mic'd up video with him and Max Crosby. Like, I want a shirt. I feel like I shouldn't want a shirt because it's so stupid. But I'm short. So, you know what? Sue me. Michael, have you watched this game? Because I'll tell you what, this throw, I mean, maybe we'll look and see because it's definitely low. But man, you catch that, that's a touchdown. There's points all over the field. Oh yeah, that would have been hell. That would have been a really nice catch to take it in stride. But also, if an NFL receiver dropped that football, we would want him on a post. So both and. You'd love for your receiver to make a play. It definitely sank on him a little bit. Wait, what, Damo? Send this to me on Twitter or something. Gardner, what? LeBron brought it up to Crosby? That's hilarious. Boom. Good read. Just need to catch the ball. Right, Lego? I know Mario mentioned that this game didn't have a ton of scoring in it. It's just wild to see how much of this is a whole bunch of different mistakes. Gardner's got good stats. Everybody hates on it, but Gardner's got good stats. He's an efficient player. He's just boring. Just for you, Mario. We'll squeeze that in. We'll get to the end of this drive where it looked like there was an interference call. Now Caleb's looking for something to do. Second down, handoff. Third down, handoff again. Did we get in? Yay! No, they called us a hold. Does it count? Or did somebody false start or something? Offsides. Okay. That's nice. It's a good one to end, or that's a good one to break away from this game on. Did we all see what happened? I mean, it's I don't know what to call this. Double post, I guess. Just like bang, bang, split the man thing. Or it's like you could do it against man coverage, you could do it against single high safeties. This is the same play that Fields scored to N'Keal Harry on in the Cowboys game in 2022, but it's a free play and Fields or not Fields, Williams knows it. He avoids pressure. I love how simplistically he avoids a lot of pressure, where this guy comes straight at him. I mean, you could nearly blow this play dead for unabated at the quarterback. Were you really, Donald? Oh, the Cowboys game. I got you. But he just steps calmly into this and threads it. And again, he puts it over the top of a defender. It sinks on him again. Maybe he wants 4 to come in for it a little bit. But this is sweet. He knows exactly where he's looking very quickly. It's always hard to tell with quarterbacks and where they're trying to put the ball. But yeah, there's definitely a couple low ones here, Zoe, where it's like, ooh, we could get a little better. But yeah, he definitely had the corner route too. At this point, it seems like a little bit of pick your poison, where I think he's got 19, but it seems as if he likes 4. I think that's Mario Williams. Um, you can knit a little. Uh, he really liked Mario Williams this season, number 4. I don't know what happened between him and Mario Williams, or what happened to Mario Williams going into 2023, but he just like, whoosh. Maybe Chicago. I'll tell you what, NFL ticket prices have always just been absolutely insane, and it's getting to those games is expensive. All right, so this one goes out to Mario. Watching Arizona State in 2022. Are you talking 2022 and not 2023? Dump off screen. I'm going to just. What is this? I'm going to just hard skip all the plays that aren't a passing play of some kind. You gotta be kidding me. These remind me of Fields, but I think they're cool every time. The poise. It's so funny too, right? Just because, like, on one hand, catch the snap. maybe it surprised us, maybe, but it didn't seem to surprise everybody else. So catch the snap. But hey, athleticism, lower body, make a play, force something to happen, pick up the first down. Love it. I'm right there with you, new poster. If he can break tackles like that at the back of the pocket, there's going to be some nasty that happens. I feel like he is a really phenomenal athlete for the quarterback position, whereas sometimes it felt like Fields was a phenomenal athlete that played the quarterback position. Good throw, found the open man, nothing too complicated. That release, man. You can watch it all in the evening, and he just spits it out. Like Luca is a good comparison, where sometimes it feels like Williams could be running faster if he felt like it. He just doesn't almost. Free runner off the RPO, better just lean around him. He does it all the time. It is still wild watching. Just plant on one foot and whip the ball. Whatever. Helps get him out on a tuttle screen. And Jordan Addison does the rest. I don't know how you would I don't know how you would like iconifize it, like make an icon out of it, but it feels to me like that Caleb Williams lean with the flick kind of seems like it would be the Caleb Williams image. The other one that you could get if you wanted to would be something a little bit more what is it? I'm trying to do the Like basically Air Jordan is what I'm going for. It's a terrible stick figure drawing, but the one where he's in the air, so the ground is like here, like throwing it there, and then you put a little football in there. No, it's terrible, terrible. Don't tell anybody I ever tried that. But an Air Jordan Caleb Williams logo would go off. Like that's one of those on social media, or if anybody's got any graphic design experience, like let me see, it would be let me see. You'd basically take this and then you'd you'd pull the arm down to here and slot it uh so that he's throwing the football. And then you'd put the football in the distance. Just not HD. I mean, Donald, if people wanted to go crazy on social, you can. Two derivative boo. I love it. He's a Chicago athlete, Donald. There's only so many comparisons there that exist. Who knows? Okay, so here's one. Let's go full MJ thing. All right. All right, so no. Quentin, I'm going to start this with you, but this is an open question for everybody. So, LeBron James comes along. He's the chosen one, right? Gets a tattoo of the chosen one, for crying out loud, in high school. Goes on to win multiple NBA titles, reset the NBA scoring record, still owns a lot, or still owns pretty much the NBA record book. But you ask most basketball fans, and they'll tell you that the best player ever is Michael Jordan, for obvious reasons. I'm not getting into it. If Caleb Williams was LeBron James, who is Michael Jordan? Go. Let's see. Well, of course you are, Donald. The question for me is, let's see, Patrick is MJ. I my thought was Brady at that point. Let's see, who do I think will be Caleb's favorite target? I would be surprised if it's not DJ overall, Keenan on shorter downs. But that's where my head is at. And Donald, the more I look at Caleb's eccentricities, the more that while I would love for him to be Rodgers, a lot of the parts about LeBron make a lot of sense if Caleb gets there. But we'll see. Yeah, Caleb being Wemby makes a lot more sense for now, at the very least. Nah, leave it just a little too far out. The funny thing about Pat is that Pat isn't as disagreeable as I feel like people make LeBron out to be. Now, that could be a branding problem, right? Maybe it's just because we're not sick of him yet. But it feels like there's a bunch of, are you kidding me? Oh, man. Okay, Mario, I'd seen this one before, but did we? if if Caleb does some of this, there's going to be a sect of the internet that's going to say, "Why are you freaking out about this? Justin Fields just did this." But if Caleb Williams gives us all kinds of the stuff that we're getting from the pocket, and he also gives you a little bit of, "Yo, see ya." That's filthy. It's these cuts that have me wondering what Caleb's going to do, because Caleb, oh man, oh man, he can dummy some people in the open field. I'm right there with you, Derek. That's a point I make all the time, is what is the best way to put this? That Mahomes sounds like the everyman because he keeps winning. Like, the more Mahomes keeps winning, the more selfless and humble he's always going to sound. The moment that an offsides call costs him a sick win, shocker, is the moment he goes, "Why on earth would you ever call that against me? I'm that dude. Just don't call it." That was pretty much what he said in that presser. Was, "You just can't call that. You just can't call that." And it was like, why can't he call that, Pat? Like, I'm right there with you, Derek. We just haven't hit the point where Pat's posing with a book yet. And then somebody asks him, "What did you think of the book?" Man. How about getting a throw off here? What do we got? A quarters look. Gonna pivot something about the play. Rocket. What happened to Mario Edwards? Where did you go, Mario? Couldn't find you outside of on most California milk cartons. Man, this is with pressure too. It feels to me like some of the accuracy stuff got more consistent in 23, but who knows? Maybe I'm just pulling from specific games or something. That is a rocket shot. And does he get hit in the face afterwards? No. Just pumps the ball, though. Goodness, Donald, not to belabor it, because I feel like I'm already pushing what your heart can handle. Like, doesn't this sound so easy? Where that's Keenan Allen, and then DJ Moore runs that same slasher route. Get DJ the ball and just say, "Okay, DJ, what you got?" Like, at this point, if DJ breaks that, then you've got one more to beat, which, who knows? Chances are he's not going to break every single tackle under the sun, but you get a couple of these where you get that long handoff. Okay, JK, everybody just buckle your seatbelt. All right? Buckle your seatbelt. You guys know I'm the resident tinfoil hat guy. Well, let me tell you. In 2019, something happened all off season. You remember? Come on. Don't make me say it. Right? There was an extra special lead up to 2019, if we remember. Bears had just made the playoffs. The double doink was all the rage. It was a very popular and normal and considered hinged thing to say in Chicago, that if the double doink goes through, the Bears may have been playing for a Super Bowl. But Bears 100 happened. Thank you, Derek. I was waiting for somebody to type it. And the NFL goes wild with it. It's a year right before NFL 100. And do we remember what happened after that? The Bears got every call for 7 weeks. The early part of the season, it was as if the officials simply would not let us lose. We found ways anyways. But it wasn't that drastic. You can't fully pivot football, no matter how many borderline calls you're getting. But fouls that maybe could have been fouls weren't fouls. Fouls that maybe didn't need to be fouls were fouls if they were fouls against Bears. And I'm just saying, not that I know anything's going to happen, because I don't. But y'all, the NFC is wide open. And if you wanted to blow up that Chicago dollar, that you already see enough media people milk off of, you gotta think. You gotta think Roger Goodell wants a good quarterback in Chicago. Fake story or not, good quarterback in Chicago is dollar signs for this league. And it's a league that's already making enough money. But I can't help thinking that if the Bears get a couple calls here and there and they go 10-7, you can market the piss out of this Bears team as if they did something against a fourth place schedule. And then who knows if Caleb lives up to it or not. But part of me just can't help thinking that if there is any bias within officiating, and you never totally know, that basically all this, thank you, new poster, you helped me get back on track. What I'm trying to say here is, yeah, I think Caleb Williams has a shot to be that guy where if you breathe on him, you get a flag because he's Caleb Williams. Don't, Donald, don't you dare be disappointed in 10-7. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna crawl through your computer screen and I'm gonna pinch your nose because if you get a 10-7 season from a rookie quarterback and the Bears make the playoffs and you're disappointed, I don't know what we're looking for. But I'm with you, new poster, where I tend to think if Caleb, I think if Caleb throws the ball and then a defensive lineman pops him in the helmet afterwards with his arm and doesn't knock him over, they're tacking 15 yards on. I mean, maybe we're not all the way there yet. I guess it's possible. But I won't be surprised, especially if the Bears start decently. I won't be shocked at all if the Bears are going to give Caleb Williams the star treatment pretty quick just because they want him to be that guy. Therefore, they will just kind of let him do it. It also doesn't help anything that I don't think that Caleb Williams is going to get thought of as the runner that Fields is. So I don't think that referees will keep their whistle in their pocket like they did with Fields. But we'll see. I'm stoked, Derek, especially if they beat the Texans. I mean, not saying it will happen, but it's not unthinkable that something like that happens. And if they do, I mean, the Bears could start the season on a little run. Exactly, Derek. Gosh, you and I are on the same page. We're straight through this, where all Caleb has to do is throw like 12 touchdowns and goodness, man. If Caleb wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, let alone just breaks the pathetic Bears quarterback records, let alone throws for 4,000 yards, let alone wins a playoff game, he's easily going to be on the cover of Madden. I mean, I think the NFL wants to make, I'm really not kidding, guys. We've talked about a lot of quarterbacks on this channel. We've talked up Nick Foles. We've talked about Andy Dalton very seriously. We've talked about a lot of Justin Fields. We talked a lot of Mitch Trubisky on the old channel. I get it. I think that the NFL thinks the Bears have a shot at a stratospheric marketing star, and I think they want him to be that stratospheric marketing star. And I can't help thinking that that can play into the Bears' favor because it's hard to. I mean, that's the thing, Chicago Fanatic. It has a minor curse, but like, let me ask you this, Chicago Fanatic. Oh my goodness, this play. Have we seen this one? Look at the angle Caleb throws from. Now let me get you a better shot at it. He's running backwards. And he manages to push the ball forwards enough to be open. What? I was around for a new poster, but I obviously wasn't making content on the internet about it. All right, so I cannot believe we're about to do this. What in the shortstop, right? All right, so let's go Madden covers. Okay, so I know there's a Madden curse. I'm aware, right? But we got Josh Allen. Madden does not count. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes again, AB, Brady, Gronk, Odell, Richard Sherman. Oh, yeah, they did have Barry Sanders and AP. Calvin Johnson, Peyton Hillis, Drew Brees. I remember the Fitzgerald Palomalu cover. They released a new cover after he was traded. That's awesome. Love it, Kobe. But so, what is this? Vince Young, Sean Alexander. I even had the Wii version of this one. McNabb, Ray Lewis, Vic, Falk, Culpepper. So, don't get me wrong. I know that the Madden curse is a thing, and it has been a thing for quite some time. So I don't want to pretend to you, Chicago fanatic, that the Madden curse is not a thing or something. But it usually means you're a pretty good player, too. It may cost you a year, but it's I don't want to say it's all the way and I've arrived, but at least looking at that list just recently, that's pretty dynamite. We're in the end zone. Oh, I love this play. I can't believe this one happened. This one is so near stupid. Like, you shouldn't be throwing this. And yet, we are in our end zone, and we have the gall, nay, the gall, to leap in the air and chuck the ball over a defender and complete it for a first down. I mean, this is so silly. Like, this is one of those plays that I look at, and if he tries this in the NFL, more than likely it's a pick. It would be bizarre to me if this wasn't a pick, because 9 can't believe he threw it. 9 just misplays it so hard. But, come on. Like, all 9 has to do is track the ball properly, and he picks this off. I think Caleb is pushing it out of bounds. I think Caleb doesn't have the arm to get it fully out of bounds, right? But he just throws it up and it comes down. And when he does, it's like, okay, all right, guy. Sure then. Just chucking a missile curl to the outside. What do we got? We got some anticipation. I don't want him to try that in the NFL, but I do want him to try it. Quick whip out to Williams. Let's get one more touchdown drive in. Oh, I love this. I love this ball right here. So here's Williams throwing it. What's he throwing? A back shoulder ball. He and the receiver couldn't play it better. Y'all, I'm going to warn you. If we see this from Caleb and Keenan Allen, Caleb and DJ Moore, Caleb and Velus Jones, Caleb and Roma Dunze, I don't care who it is, Caleb and Cole Kmet, I'm going to lose my mind. I love back shoulder stuff. I think the back shoulder feels unguardable. Like, when you do it right, I think it looks like something that cannot be covered, which is my favorite kind of thing. No, I picked Velus not because I think Velus could do it, to be clear. I picked Velus because I thought Velus was a funny ad of, like, it would be anybody. right? But that throw is so filthy. And if we mix that in, oh man. It really is, Derek. It is. The back shoulder balls are always cool. Demo, I think his signature throw is the throw where Caleb has a consistent uh sig throw. It's this one. Let me see. Is it this? It should be here. The Caleb Williams signature throw is, surprise, surprise, the same as the Aaron Rodgers signature throw. Boom. The stick whip down the sidelines. Right? Specifically when he's rolling left. Those are the ones where he really shines. Because the ability to arm whip the ball like that is some different. Now, the fact that he's able to also work his way out of this many tacklers, as he does, is a bonus. But it's wild. Like, new poster, I think it was you saying if he could break tackles like that at the back of the pocket, watch out. This is where Mario's lower body specimen thing comes in, because his agility, this will translate. People are going to tell you it won't translate. This will translate. And that's probably his signature throw, demo. I wouldn't be surprised to see plenty more of that. Oh yeah, Oblivion. He's got plenty of those. But I think you see the rolling left down the sidelines enough that sticks to me. Eric, for me, if there is one, it's the ropes, not unlike this, where it's not like he'll throw it badly, but sometimes he'll leave a ball a little behind or a little too far out in front players when they're coming horizontally across the intermediate areas of the field. Let's get one more touchdown in. He can tilt the pill when he wants to. Did he do it again? Are you kidding me? Oh, we don't even get a good angle for it? Oh, bummer. Did we see this? It was like he heard somebody saying in the back of his mind, I don't think you could do that twice. So yeah, he's just going to roll. He's going to fade backwards. And he's just going to shortstop it again. They always seem slow, don't they, Jay? Oh. Just whips it to his man. Goodness. Hard to beat that. Really hard to beat that. Well, folks, I think that'll about do it for tonight. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun thinking about Caleb Williams playing quarterback for the Chicago Bears? I think it's fun. But keep your eye on DBB. We'll be putting all kinds of cool stuff out here over the next couple weeks. Why not? Off season should be a great time. On season is on its way. We're not as far away from July as you think it is. I'm with you, Eric, where that is how it feels. Good stuff, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week. I will catch you soon. Bear with us. We'll be back as soon as Nick is able to get his internet stuff figured out. And then we'll just keep rolling. Talk to you guys later. Thanks so much for watching. Bear down. Thanks so much.